feminism is bad for the country, I can't help but think that, well, the fruits of feminism, such as what I just described, is therefore also bad under your view. So do you hold to the opinion that women shouldn't have the right to vote, shouldn't be able to report rape and marriage, shouldn't be able to enter the workforce or start a business?
No, they should be able to do all those things you just mentioned.
Well, we
What
only
I'm
have all
saying
those
is,
things because of feminism.
no, what I'm saying is you, okay, I didn't mean like the definition per se. I'm saying like your ideology. So, in terms of today's America, do you believe that females and males are equal and that no gender is greater than the other one?
Well, you're prefacing this question by asking me in America. So I think that ideologically, in my opinion, okay, that gender is completely irrelevant to determining the personable characteristics of an individual. And men and women should be equal to one another. Now, I don't think that's the case in America today. I think that we live under a patriarchy, and this is going to be exemplified through many social constraints, such as adherence to traditionalism that teaches a lot of men into thinking that men are better at leading than women, and women should be subjugated to being the housemaid, and we'd also see that same subjugation of indoctrination on many women, where like women will hold anti-women beliefs, such as the fact that once again men should be leaders, they should be the courageous defenders, and women should just kind of stay at home, shut up, cook and clean.
Well, let me ask you this. So let's say a man.
Well, it looks like you're not going to be asking me anything because your internet cut out, my friend. Maybe get off that MAGA mobile.
Is it better than that?
No, bro, this is not working. What's going on, dude?
All right, one second.
I'm pretty sure that router. Pretty sure that router was built by a man. Maybe you should go back to the store and make sure that you're buying a router built by a woman. Might
Can you hear me
work a
now?
little bit better. Sure, yeah, I could hear you.
All right, I changed rooms. Okay, so if a man and a woman get arrested for the same exact crime, on the average, who gets sentenced more time, the man or the woman?
I wouldn't know.
It's the man.
Okay. Do you have a source for that?
Yeah, go on Google and look it up. I mean, I'm on my phone. I don't want to. I mean, you have.
So you're telling me go on Google and look it up, so you don't have a source.
Because I'm on the phone talking to you. I mean, I can get out of the app, but it wastes time because you're in front of the computer.
Talking about crime, answer this. Who commits 92% of it?
92% of crimes? I don't know. Tell me.
Men.
Man, okay.
Why do you think
That
that
may
is?
be true, but I'm asking. Wait, why are you pivoting from when I ask you? This is what you do. I ask a question, you pivot to something else. I'm asking you the question.
I answered your question.
man
I told you I didn't know. You told me that, well, men get charged with longer sentences on average for the same exact crime in comparison to women. I asked you for your source,
Yes.
and you couldn't give it to me. Would that not be just the natural dead end of the convo? Because clearly we're only going to be positing claims in which we could prove, because this is a debate live.
Don't worry, I'll get the source. Don't worry. Can I get the source?
Sure. Now, what does this have to do with why you don't like feminism and why you think Kamala Harris would have been a bad president?
Yeah, because in today's world, it's like the women have like complete control of relationships and marriages. In marriages, they come out on top because guess what? When you get a divorce, let's say you made $10 million and your wife made 50 grand a year. She's still entitled to half your possessions. Do you think that's true? Do you think that should be true? Do you support that?
Yeah, I do think that inside of a marriage, there's nothing, there's no more quote unquote personal income. Any dollar that a man would make would be equally owned by the wife, and any dollar that the wife would make would be equally owned by the man. Okay, that's just what a marriage stands for, legally and socially. A marriage is a union of two into one. So the moment you marry is the moment that you become one, meaning that all of the possessions that you would come to own during that unionship would be mutually owned by both two parties under the union of one. Now, here's the thing. This is funny because what you just described is actually an outcome of traditionalism. See, when we spend generations telling women that they shouldn't make money and they should stay at home and raise the kids, work a job and go unpaid. But then we tell men that the only thing that women find valuable in them is the amount of money money that they make, influencing them to go out and try to get high-paying jobs. Well, of course, what we're going to be left with is many unions where the man makes a lot of money and the woman doesn't make just as much money. That is a natural outcome of traditionalism. That's the way you want it to be. But then all of a sudden, when a couple gets divorced and they leave from that union of one now into two individual different people, yeah, the property collected during that union is going to be equally split down the middle. In fact, once again, just to repeat myself, that is a natural outcome from traditionalism. So what it seems like, sir, is that you are disagreeing with traditionalism here, and you don't think that we should incentivize men to be the breadwinners and women to stay at home, cook, clean, and raise the kids. So thank you for conceding that feminism is a good thing, because feminism actually argues for the abolition of those prescriptive gender norms that would lead to said outcome.
No, this shouldn't. Okay, no, I disagree with you. Okay, let me ask you this question. Let's say you got married at let's say you started business at age 20, right? At age 40, you get married. You had the business for 20 years. You made $50 million. You get married, and then you get divorced after 2 years. You agree that your wife for 2 years should get half of what you worked for 22?
Well, I agree that if you were dumb enough to not sign a prenup, or you didn't think that a prenup would be required, then yeah, the wife is absolutely entitled to 50% of the possessions from what you made prior to marriage. But because, once again, that's the contract that you entered into. You had access to the knowledge that if you do not enter into a prenuptial agreement prior to the contract of marriage, that if that marriage were to ever terminate, that she would have an entitlement to 50% of your possessions prior to entering into that marriage. If you want to prevent that outcome, get a prenup. I don't disagree with prenups. I think they're fair. I think it's totally fair if a man and a woman are to get married and they both mutually agree on a prenuptial agreement that if division were to occur, it would act in accordance with the regulatory guidelines set forth in the prenuptial agreement. But I also do want to clarify here that that's not how asset division works. Premarital assets are usually not counted as community assets.
I mean, Bill Gates had to give half his possessions to his wife.
Okay.
Likely
collected during the marriage, right?
I don't know what it was, but do you think his wife was entitled to that?
Sure, yeah. If those community assets were acquired during the union, of course she'd be entitled to half of them.
Right, so he created Microsoft way before he met her. He did all these great things, but then because he married her, she's entitled to that.
She's entitled to the community assets acquired during the marriage, yeah. That's what a union is, dude.
Okay, this is just ridiculous. And you still
that's what a marriage is. Listen, nobody's forcing you to get married. If you don't like the notion that a marriage is a union of two into one, then you don't have to get married. But that's what a union is, bro. All right, I mean, we have prenups for a reason too, so if you want to handle that union a little bit differently than the default, i.e. 50-50 if a divorce were to occur, then go get a prenup. That's fair. All right, but by default, okay, a union inside of a marriage does dictate that if divorce were to occur, that communal assets are shared 50-50.
Well, you said that she contributed to his wealth, which is wrong. She didn't.
Well, I mean, of course, I'd argue that any good husband would contribute for the development and flourishment of his wife, and any good wife would contribute to the development and flourishment of their husband. But that's not even my argument here. My argument has nothing to do with any quantifiable contributions from the wife, even though there clearly was many. My argument is just that by default, a marriage is a union of two into one. And if you don't enter into a prenuptial agreement to predictate how those communal assets are to be divided if divorce were to occur, then you're accepting that by entering into the agreement in the first place. You can't enter into an agreement knowing what that agreement entails, then get mad when the entailment of said agreement comes push to shove.
All right, this is just a word salad. When it comes
Can you
to
please describe to me what I just said that you didn't understand? Because it's not the issue of it being a word salad, it's the issue of you just not being able to keep up.
Well, okay. Well, the difference is I talk for like maybe 30 seconds. You talk for 5 minutes. Okay, so let's just
Okay, so I'll try to condense it down into a nutshell. The reason why I don't care that Melissa Gates got 50% of Bill Gates' communal assets that were collected during the marriage is because that was the agreement that they entered into when they went from being two different people into a union of one. And they did not enter into a prenup, so therefore, by default, they both knew if that union were to end, then all communal assets acquired during said union would be split down the middle 50-50.
Okay, but I'm saying that's wrong, and that needs to be litigated some way.
So
In
you
some
don't
form.
think that individuals should be able to willingly and consentfully enter into agreements with other people because it's a contract? You think that contracts are wrong?
I mean, some contracts are definitely wrong with the fine print. I mean, sometimes people sign things they don't know what they're signing to the fine print. I would say, yeah.
Okay,
That's
well,
a different point.
definitely, I definitely argue that any smart person that makes money who gets married knows these things about marriage.
Right, but the average 20-year-old doesn't. So that's the thing. But what
Well,
I'm saying,
then I think that we should ensure that people are informed about these things, right? Not that these things are inherently wrong. All right, and like I said, bro, if you don't ever want to possibly lose access to the communal assets in which you would contribute to a union via a future divorce, just say like an incel for the rest of your life. Also, this has nothing to do with feminism. Like
yeah,
I'm
we
just
can get
confused
that.
what this has to do with disagreeing with feminism. Because right now you just seem to be disagreeing with contracts.
Feminism is women thinking that whenever they get divorced from a man, they're entitled to the child more time than they are to the husband.
So feminism is when women think that contracts are binding.
You understand that I have a lot of buddies. No, listen to me. You understand? I have a lot of buddies where they've been in relationships with women, and the woman has taken the kid, and they won't let them see their father, and the court sides with the woman.
Okay.
I've seen that
Well, then
all
she
the
had
time.
good legal reason to take the kid, and the father was probably a POS. Hey, can you agree that traditionalism would naturally dictate that the man of a marriage should be the breadwinner?
That the man should make the most money in the marriage? Yeah, I believe so.
Can you agree that if the man is the breadwinner of a marriage, if that marriage ever ends, then the woman would be taking the assets contributed to the union from the man?
That the woman could be what? Sorry, you
Can,
broke
can
up.
you do you agree that in a marriage where the man would be the breadwinner, if that marriage were to end, then the woman would be taking some of the communal assets attributed to the union by the man?
I don't believe she should take assets. Contribute. No.
I didn't ask you if she should. I just asked you if that's what happens.
Is that what happens? Yeah.
Okay. Do you think that women should have the right to divorce their husbands?
Yes.
Okay. So what you just agreed to is that traditionalism dictates that men should make the most money, and that women should have the right to end a marriage. And when women do end marriages where the man makes the most money, then they'd be taking some of the assets from the man. So in other words, you just agreed that traditionalism dictates the outcome, that according to your view, women would be stealing assets from men. So do you disagree with traditionalism?
Maybe I misunderstood. What I'm saying is that women can divorce. Women can. Yeah. What I'm saying is women can divorce men. Women can divorce men. I agree with that. If you don't let them do that, then that's basically holding a person hostage. I don't agree with that. But what I'm saying is that when they do get divorced, they shouldn't be able to take the assets from the man. So whatever that is, I don't know.
Okay. Why?
Because why should she take his assets? I just explained this to you.
Because they're not his assets.
Why aren't they his assets?
Because they're their assets.
You don't make any sense.
All assets acquired during a marriage are not owned by one person. They are mutually owned by the union.
Okay, so I'm just asking you.
That's what a
genuine
marriage
question.
is.
Okay, I'm asking you a genuine question because I don't really know myself. If I own a company and the company is in my name, I'm the CEO. My wife's not on it, but we're married. You're saying that if we get divorced, she's entitled to half my company. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I mean, if there was assets collected under that business structure that is owned by you, a member of the union, then those assets are mutually owned by both parties of the union, yes, because that's what a union entails.
And you agree that's fair?
Yes.
That's just ridiculous, man.
Okay, well then you just disagree with marriage. You don't disagree with feminism.
Well, I mean, I think that marriage benefits the woman more than the man. Yeah, 100%.
Okay, so you disagree with marriage?
Would you say that the marriage definitely favors woman than the man? Would you say that?
I wouldn't say that marriage definitely favors women. Now, I definitely say that it doesn't favor women historically. The reason why I'd say that is because under traditionalism, women have been forced to work a job in marriage, but then not get paid for it with via monetary means, being a stay-at-home mom. Which is obviously a prescriptive gender norm that I disagree with. But once again, I'm just going to repeat what I just argued. It seems like you're actually not disagreeing with feminism. You're legit just disagreeing with marriage. So because you disagree with marriage, you want to know something really easy? Want to know something really interesting? A little quirk here.
Yeah, go ahead.
You don't have to get married.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, and you know what? The only reason why not getting married isn't stigmatized to the extreme is because of feminism. So you actually have feminism to thank for you feeling as if marriage isn't the right thing for you and being able to express that without extreme backlash.
Feminism to me is women thinking that they could do everything a man can do. That's what I disagree with.
Okay, so I just want to clarify here that you seem to be not responding to anything in which I'm saying. Then you seem to be straw manning my position, and then you seem to be disagreeing with the straw man of my position. Now, I do want to clarify here. I don't think women do everything men do. Like, for instance, women don't commit 92% of violent crimes. Women aren't guilty of 74% of self-unalivings because that's an incredibly emotional response to external stimuli. Women aren't responsible for higher levels of drug abuse, higher levels of DV, higher levels of gambling, drunk driving, and reckless driving. Women aren't responsible for lower IQ and EQs on average. Women are responsible, though, for higher grades and more degrees. And women are responsible for better performance in many STEM-related fields such as surgery, since they know how to deal with stress and pain better. No one's going to say here that males and females are not sexually dimorphic. And I think that there are very clear differences within the biology of males and females that's just developed through evolution. But what I am saying here is that even when we do consider the sexual dimorphism between the male experience and the female experience, none of those differences would amount to the claim that men are superior to women, men are better at leading than women, or men would have any clear advantage over women that is relevant towards building a social system as a whole, structuring said social system from the foundation of the patriarchy. All that feminism is wanting gender equality. All right. And I think we should have gender equality. I don't think somebody's gender defines who they are. And I disagree with prescriptive gender norms because I think that who you are is defined by other traits than what's in between your legs or the identity that you share in relation to the social construct of gender as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, I disagree with you on the test scores because it's actually proven that men test better in math and science, which are the two main subjects that we need. Men score higher in math and science.
Well, when you have more men entering into math and science, because that's what the patriarchy has dictated to be a field for men, you're more likely to have more outliers on the high end. So once again, that's just another outcome of the patriarchy. When we look at countries that don't stigmatize women entering into math and science to the same level that America does, well, then we see that the gap between test scores in math and science is significantly smaller. It's the same reason why men on average have higher elos compared to women in chess. Just simply because chess was socialized as a game for men. Therefore, you had more men entering into it and more men that learned how to play it. Therefore, statistically speaking, it's more likely that you'll have higher in outliers that are men compared to those in which are women.
Okay, so you brought up a lot of statistics. On average, who do you think is a better driver, a woman or a man?
Women.
Okay, and when's the last time? How many chauffeurs do you see are women compared to men?
Well, I mean, I've only been driven by a chauffeur one time, and it happened to be a man.
Okay, but like on the average, when you see, we'll say, pop stars being driven around, the president, even who drives, men or women? Most of the time, men or women.
I guess I don't really pay attention to chauffeurs. I'd assume that you would like to say men.
Yeah, I mean, I work in photography in California, and I go around, basically paparazzi type of guy. And,
yeah, I'll just accept that more men work as chauffeurs than women, so you could try to make your point, then see how it fails in real time. Go ahead. I accept that more men work as chauffeurs. Where are you going with this?
Women can't follow directions on the roadway as much as men do. They're
right,
not good
because
with
there's
maps.
more men that are chauffeurs?
No, just overall, they're not good with
Wait, so
directions.
the point that more men are chauffeurs was just completely irrelevant to any argument that you're trying to make?
It's not irrelevant. It's the fact that it's the
Okay.
fact that you're trying to say
So then
that
what's the relevance of you bringing up that apparently more men are chauffeurs? What does that tell us? Tell me, what does the fact that apparently more men are chauffeurs than women, what does that tell us?
it takes a lot of intelligence to drive cars, and that just goes to show you that men are more intelligent than women, especially with driving cars.
Perfect. All right. So
When's the
your
last
point
time?
is that
Wait,
because there's an
one last time.
overrepresent. Listen, here's your argument in a nutshell. Your argument is that because there's an overrepresentation of one gender demographic in a particular work field, that therefore that demographic is better at performing in said particular work field. That logic doesn't hold up because there's an overrepresentation of men in the work field of surgeons. And according to your logic, we would expect the natural outcome to therefore be that men are better at performing surgery compared to women. But that's not true. The American Medical Association did a study on 1.4 million patients worldwide on 6 continents over 14 years, and they concluded that if you're operated on by a woman compared to a man, you're less likely to die as a result of that surgery, and you're less likely to experience negative postoperative outcomes. So just because men dominate in a field does not mean that they are literally better at performing better in that field.
Okay, well, I'm not interested in studies across the globe. I'm interested in studies across America. And me personally, I prefer a male doctor over a woman doctor. That's my personal opinion. Because in my opinion, men overall, as a whole, are physically stronger than women. Oh, that's obvious. And are mentally stronger than women. 100%. They know way
Wait,
more
why are
about
you
life.
not interested in studies performed across the globe?
Because I don't live in Asia, Africa, Australia. I live in America. I care about
Okay,
these
but
things.
why does this mean that you're not interested in studies from across the globe? If anything, it just introduces more data so the outcome of the study would be more reliable.
Because how do you know in those countries or those continents that it's not like a 3-to-1 women to male ratio? You know what I'm saying? So I care about
Because
this country.
because out of all surgeons inside of this study, A, they determined that 84% of them were men, and B, they accounted for a disproportionate representation of men by coming up with a per capita statistic that if you're operated on by a woman, you're more likely to experience better outcomes.
I don't believe that. I don't
Okay.
believe that. I just
Why?
don't.
Why?
Because
Because you're a little
I just
fucking
explained
irrational,
to you.
chud. You're a
No,
little
because
irrational. You're your own counter argument. I love it when misogynists do this. By the way,
I'm not
like you were
misogynist.
just. Let me tell you, you were just handing me my argument on a golden plate. Okay, the moment that you tell me that you think men are more rational and intelligent than women, but then you turn around and irrationally reject one of the most sound studies ever conducted, you are just your own counter argument. Clearly, I would expect you as a man, if your point that men are rational to be true, to be rational yourself. But when you just baselessly reject one of the most reliable studies ever conducted that concluded you're more likely to live if you're operated on by a woman, you are demonstrating that you are very irrational. And clearly, you're very irrational because you place a preference on bias and prejudice compared to the facts. You cannot give me a single study ever conducted that has concluded that men are better at surgery than women. I'm not joking. I've been through it before.
Okay. All right. I'm just explaining to you that I just debunked your claim because I just told you that in America,
So
in
true.
in science, men test higher in science. They test better overall. Okay. So that just debunks your argument. We are smarter in science than men.
So I've already responded to this. So the claim that you're making is about outliers. We would statistically expect more outliers to be present from a larger demographic within testing scores because it's more likely that each individual would be the outlier. So when you have a smaller demographic, you'd statistically expect there to be less outliers compared to the larger demographic. So clearly the fact that there's more male outliers on the higher end of test scores inside of fields in which are stigmatized against women from entering, therefore many women don't enter in comparison to the amount of men that do, that would be just a natural dictation of statistics. But you haven't debunked the study I gave you from the American Medical Association that reliably concluded that if you're operated on by a woman compared to a man, you're more likely to live.
Yeah, you haven't debunked my claim that women are better drivers than men either. I'm
Oh,
going with
sure.
what
I'll
you're
just okay. I'll just debunk the claim that men are better at driving than women very easily.
okay.
Women
Try
pay
and
lower
identify.
insurance
I have to.
premiums on average because they're less likely to speed and get into accidents. Being less likely to speed or to get into accidents is indicative of a good driver.
So you're saying that women are better drivers than men. Okay. And
Yeah, that's a fact.
okay. So
Now,
would you
now that I've
consider?
debunked your claim, debunk
No,
mine.
wait. Can
Women
I
are better at
explain?
surgery.
Can I explain the end of what I'm going to say, and then I'll greatly talk
Yeah,
about what you
sure.
want
You
to talk
could
about?
explain whatever you want, you little weak pig. Go
Okay,
for it.
it takes 30. I'm 6'2", 215. Nice try. In
You're weak
NASCAR,
because of your mental inability to place a preference for rationale over prejudice. You legitimately won't be able to get anywhere in life when you don't base your belief system off of measures of reality, but rather off of your own emotional seemings. Who fucking cares that you're 6'2"? Okay, your ability to touch the ceiling in your house doesn't give you the ability to be a good member of society.
okay. Okay, I didn't say anything about you. I mean, that's
Yeah,
just
because
crazy.
I'm not the one placing a preference on baseless prejudice in which materially harms the lives of those I love. You are.
It's not basis prejudice. In
So then
NASCAR,
give the base to the claim. Prove that it's not baseless prejudice by giving the base to the claim that men
okay.
are better at surgery than women. Provide me a
Wait.
study that was conducted on a 1.4 million people in 6 continents over 7 years, the same way I provided you a study from the AMA that was performed on 1.4 million patients over 6 continents in 14 years
Okay.
that concluded that women are better at surgery than men. Give me your evidence.
All right. So this is what you do. You guys just pivot to something else, some crazy. Okay. I'm gonna finish my claim. What I was saying. Then I'll talk about it. Do you consider NASCAR drivers, professional drivers, the best in the world? Do you consider that F1 drivers, NASCAR? Do you consider them the best drivers in the world?
Well, I mean, they're the best at driving really fast around courses in the world.
Great.
Like, yeah,
How many of those drivers have been women?
I would
How
assume
many?
a very low percentage
Why is that? Probably because they're not good drivers.
because it's a field in which is stigmatized against women entry. Because men are supposed to be the NASCAR drivers, men are supposed to be the F1 drivers. That's just what has been taught downstream of the patriarchy. Once again, this is just another example of the fact that although women only account for 15% of surgeons, they still outperform the 85% of surgeons that are male.
Okay.
I've already beat this argument by disputing your underlying premise that is
You
because
did beat
men
the argument.
dominate in a field, they're therefore better at performing in that field when that's false.
You just made excuses. We had Danica
It's not
Patrick
an
who raised.
excuse if I could prove it, and I did with the surgeons.
No, you didn't. Listen.
I proved it with the surgeons. I did prove that just because men dominate in a field doesn't mean that they're better by giving you one of the most reliable studies ever conducted, which proves even though men dominate in the field of surgeons, they're still worse.
All right. So okay. We'll talk about it. So you talk about health and what have you, right? So if you're concerned about, do you care about your health? Do you care about health? Do you care about health of others? Do you care about your health? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So do you think that hitting a geek bar contributes to your health? Is that good to do?
Contributes negatively to my health.
Right. So you have no place to talk about health, science, what have you, because
I
you are
disagree with you.
literally how? You're a hypocrite. You're
Because
literally damaging your
because
health.
although I hit a geek bar, I've still been working out for 5 years on and off, and I have some level of knowledge in nutritional science and best workout regimen for the dictation of one's future health. Just because I happen to engage in an action in which is not conducive towards towards my betterment and positive health outcomes doesn't mean that I do happen to have good knowledge that is right. Like for instance, I don't think I'd be in a position for like dictating like what is or is not good for people's health generally if I were to think that it's a good thing that I hit a geek bar. But because I could recognize that it is in all reality a bad thing that I hit a geek bar and it's an addiction I need to kick, that one then inform you or anybody for that matter that all of my other knowledge of the good things that are conducive towards health outcomes for people is invalid. But this is by definition a pivot because you are not contesting a single pillar of my argument.
I am just a single pillar.
You're not
Because
contesting
you're
a single
hypocrite.
pillar of my argument that just because men are overrepresented in the fields, that therefore they're better at performing in that field, with the evidence being the study done by the AMA about how women are better at performing
Because
surgery.
you're okay. I'm going to answer that. Because you're a hypocrite. After I get through this, you're a hypocrite. You're trying to lecture me about health. Meanwhile, you're damaging your lungs, other organs, because you want to hit a geek bar. Because you want to get a 30-second whatever it is.
Tina,
Okay?
thank you so much for the Leon the Lily. I appreciate you so much for that love, Tina. Show some love to Tina down below in that chat. So first and foremost, I'm not trying to lecture you about health. The AMA is lecturing you about health. I just happen to be the one sharing the information with you, you little useless chud. Listen, I'm not the one that conducted the studies. I'm not the one that observed the health outcomes for 1.4 million patients worldwide. I'm not the one that reliably concluded women are better at surgery than men. The American Medical Association is. Shut up. Sit down. You've been beat. That's what I thought. Know your fucking place. Learn it. Good boy.
Dude, you make no sense. I just never heard of a man.
I know, because what I'm communicating to you is fact-based research. I will never expect fact-based research to make sense to the irrational prejudice assholes that hold to baseless conclusions, such as the claim that women are worse at surgery, women are worse at leading, women are more emotional, men are superior to women, because you don't care about fact-based research. And I'd argue that for a particular subset of the pigs like you, it goes beyond just not caring about fact-based research, but not being intelligent enough to decipher and make sense of the fact-based research. And maybe that's you. If you're telling me that I make no sense when I'm telling you that this major reputable institution of science and medicine did this awesome study that reliably concluded women are better at surgery, and it has been peer-reviewed by like 3 trillion people and not contested even once, and you respond by saying that I'm not making any sense, it's because I'm not talking to you with like baseless prejudice shaped circles and crayons on paper, and I'm just operating at an intellectual level a couple steps above you. And here's what I'd recommend to you, dude, is if you want to be the strong man that thinks men are superior, men are rational, men are intelligent, men are better, okay, well, at the bare fucking minimum, try to set that example. Then stop shouting out in your mom's basement and trusting random Reddit forums to build your worldview that has led to you disputing the most reputable study ever conducted by the American Medical Association.
I don't live in my mom's basement. I have a company. I live in Los Angeles, California, one of the cities in America that costs the highest to live in. I live in a penthouse. I'm a very successful business owner, okay? I know what I'm talking about.
If you were a very successful business owner, you wouldn't be describing your misogyny in a TikTok live stream at Wednesday at 2:30 p.m. Stop LARPing.
So you own a business and you're talking on live?
Yeah, and this is my business. My business is talking on live.
Yeah, and you also go on other lives and talk too. So we can have free time. We got work 24 hours a day. Is that what it is? Is that what you're getting at?
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, let's just go ahead and pull out the Andrew Tate playbook since you're so red-pilled. You either work 24 hours a day or you're a useless chud.
Okay, now you're just saying things. All right,
So are you going to respond to me debunking your claim that just because men are disproportionately represented within a field, it means they're better at performing within it? Can you please respond to that?
All right. So you want to talk about that field? Okay, I'll give it to you. You're right. Okay, let's just say you're right. The study's correct. Women perform better in the medical field. Right. Now let's talk about the real world, the business world, the things that matter.
Surgery doesn't matter. The medical field doesn't matter.
Talking about business world, Dean. Okay.
Well, I mean, you said you're now going to talk about the real world, the things that matter. Healthcare doesn't matter in the real world.
It does matter, Dean. But I'm saying
okay,
the big
that's
thing.
right. Do you understand how absolutely idiotic you sounded just moments ago when you suggested that healthcare doesn't matter in the real world?
The reason why nurses, doctors are even employed because there's a business there. The business had to be there for them to work there. Okay. Now let's talk about that. How many businesses are owned by men compared to women that are successful?
Well, when we look at Fortune 500 CEOs, around 70% of the CEOs are men, 30% are women.
Yeah, it's for a reason. Who invented Apple? Who invented? Google?
Actually, you've already disputed that, quote unquote, that's for a reason. Could I tell you how?
Go ahead. But please try and condense it. I do got things to do.
Yeah, listen, because now you're claiming that because men are disproportionately overrepresented within Fortune 500 CEOs, that therefore they're better at running businesses. But you just accepted minutes ago that even though men are disproportionately represented within surgeons, that doesn't mean that they're better at performing surgery. So you've already agreed and conceded that it is not true to suggest that if men dominate in a field, they're better at performing within it. So you cannot argue that because men dominate in the field of operating as Fortune 500 CEOs, that therefore they're better at performing in it, else you're contradicting your prior concession that men are not better at surgery than women, even though they account for 85% of surgeons.
Dude, oh my God. Who invented the very thing you're talking on right now? Who invented the phone? Google, Tesla, Ford, all these companies, men did. Men run the world, man. You got to realize that. You're a man. You should use your manpowers. Be a man.
I've got this fool to reduce himself down to arguing that men run the world because it just has to be true. I appreciate you for conceding that you can't give a legitimate argument to justify anything that you've said, though.
Oh my God, dude.
I mean, feel free to try. Feel free to try to give me that argument. Like answer this question. Why do you think that men are better at leading than women?
You're gonna laugh, but it's the reality. Their testosterone level is higher, for one thing.
Testosterone. So who'd be a better leader? Donald Trump or a 15-year-old on steroids?
Trump.
Who has the higher level of testosterone?
He could be on a test booster. Who knows?
Well, it would
Trump.
be the 15-year-old on steroids. Because, A, your natural testosterone levels diminish the older you get. He's nearly 80. And B,
Well,
this 15-year-old on steroids is probably, jacked up to 200 nanograms per deciliter. So given that because of the steroids, the 15-year-old was jacked up on a higher level of testosterone than Trump is today, would you argue that that 15-year-old would be a better leader?
I'm arguing you don't know what testosterone is because 200 is very low. Are you
I
kidding
said
me?
2,000 nanograms per deciliter.
I heard 200, but I mean,
Okay. Well, it seems like you misheard. Can you answer my question now?
2000? A 15-year-old cannot be in 2000. No.
With
No, no,
with
no.
with test, he absolutely can. It just goes down
Okay.
to what he injects.
That's very bad for his health. He shouldn't do that.
Yeah, no shit, that's bad for his health. Congratulations, Einstein. But he still has more testosterone, so why wouldn't he be the better leader?
I would argue that you need to have testosterone level and age. So Donald Trump is 70 or 60 some years older.
Okay, so it no longer falls down to testosterone level. Now it goes to age. So who'd be better at leading, a 60-year-old woman or a 21-year-old man?
A 21-year-old man has more testosterone than a 60-year-old woman.
Oh, well, then if it goes
But
back
she's-
to...
but she's-
Wait,
but
wait,
she's
so
older,
wait.
but she's
Who'd be
old- that
who'd be
even-
better
but
at
she's
leading,
old.
a 25-year-old on
Oh, okay.
testosterone or Donald Trump?
Donald Trump.
Oh, wait, even though the 25-year-old is at his natural physical peak, as higher
Okay,
T
I don't
levels,
want to
so
have
on
an
and so
argument
forth.
with you because you're just trying to make this something it's not.
Oh, I'm just simply describing to you that you're a weak little pig with terrible beliefs. Clearly,
I'm a weak little
testosterone
pig.
isn't going to
I
make
just-
somebody a better leader. Like, why would testosterone make somebody be a better leader? Tell me.
Testosterone equates to well-being of a person, and the higher test the person has, the more.
The more what they have, because well-being is a vague term.
Okay, so the higher test level a person has, the more just overall fit they are. I would say
Physically
the-
fit?
physically, mentally.
So you think the bigger somebody's muscles are, the better they are at leading?
Of course. Let me ask you something. So
Okay. Wait. So the bigger somebody's muscles are, the better they are at leading. Oh
Because I
wow.
give you
Are
examples,
you?
because
Come
you
on.
know
You're
what?
trolling, right?
No, because let me explain to you. When you were younger, when you were younger in the comic books, was Superman skinny or was he big? Was Batman skinny or was he big?
Superman was
Okay.
jacked.
Of course, because people love jacked people. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, it's because Superman is a superhero predicated on the exhibition of physical strength.
No. So when you went
So
to
do you, I have a question here. Do you think if Superman still possessed the same level of physical strength in which he did because he's a Kryptonian, but he wasn't as physically jacked because he couldn't grow his muscles because there was nothing that he could pick up that would deteriorate and cause micro tears in his muscles because of how strong he was, that he would be a worse leader?
strength equals leadership. So I would say if you were gonna hire,
Wait, are you a
no,
Christian?
No. If you were gonna hire,
Wait, are you religious at all?
I'm not. No.
No.
So
no.
if you
Okay. Who would you make president? Arnold Schwarzenegger or let's see here, MLK.
Arnold. Is this a race?
Oh my God, bruh.
Arnold.
Dude, you're crazy.
I'm not crazy.
Dude.
I'm talking to you. The
Well, okay, all right. Okay, who's the better leader? The football coach or the football players?
The leader, the coach should be the leader, and so.
And who's
so
physically stronger on average? The coach or the football players?
On average, the players, but. It could
Oh, but you just said that the coach would be the better leader.
I mean, we look at Marcus Freeman. I think he's stronger than most of his players.
Why?
So-
But we look at the average football coach. See, they certainly aren't, and you just accepted that.
Yeah, but they're not running for president, so I really don't care.
Wait! But we weren't talking about being president specifically. We're just talking about leadership generally.
Yeah. So you want? Okay. So you want to do the thing? Great. So if you're gonna have,
Wait,
so
who would be the better leader of the country, the president or just some random Secret Service agent? DB, thank you for the war card.
who's what is that? Who's more physically fit?
The random Secret Service agent.
Debatable.
No, not debatable, because it is important for their job title to be physically fit.
Yeah. So I would probably say the physically fit Secret Service agent.
So you think that Donald Trump should step down and just appoint some random Secret Service agent?
Actually, you know what? Donald Trump is old man's trained, so I'm not too sure, man.
No, I would be sure, because Donald Trump doesn't train. Okay, Secret Service agents have like an insane training regimen. I mean, they're the goddamn Secret Service. Stop being dense.
I'm not being dense because have you ever met a 45-year-old dad who's never lifted before? He's stronger than you and me. You know what I'm saying?
Would it be stronger than the average Secret Service agent?
I mean, I've seen some crazy dads who were big as hell and they don't even lift weight, so it's debatable.
What about FDR?
I don't really know what he looked like, man. To be honest with you,
FDR was the president that guided us through World War II and won it.
I know.
And FDR was in a wheelchair.
I know he had glass or something.
So was FDR not a good president because he was in a wheelchair?
Was he in a wheelchair the whole time?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, well, he could physically fit in a wheelchair, but I'm not sure what your argument is here.
Well, I think what I'm just like clearly arguing here is that the size of your biceps have nothing to do with how good or bad of a leader you are, right? And this seems to be something. Shut the fuck up, sit down, little boy. And this seems to be very like clearly understood, right? Like clearly, the average football player is going to be stronger than the average football coach. Yet the average football coach is going to be a better leader than the average football player. The average Secret Service agent is going to be stronger than the average president, yet the average president is going to be a better leader than the average Secret Service agent. Okay? In fact, you couldn't point me towards one structure of leadership that is true anywhere in the world today where the hierarchy of leadership inside of that structure is purely determined on the basis of physical strength alone. Right? Because having bigger biceps does not make you a better leader.
I mean, in weightlifting it does. I mean, if you're head of association, it does. In weightlifting,
Would you? Okay, who would you rather have be the president of the United States of America, a human or a gorilla?
Okay, well, that's not even comparable because one's.
Why not? Because clearly the gorilla has bigger biceps.
Than Arnold? Not too sure about that.
Yes, definitely bigger biceps than Arnold. Stronger than Arnold? Yes. I mean, like by multitudes. By magnitudes. Gorillas could lift thousands of pounds. Like on a curl.
Gorilla, maybe one of them.
So would you prefer our president to be the average human or the average gorilla?
Okay, how do we get from talking about what we talk about to gorillas versus
Because we're
humans?
talking about physical strength. Just answer the question. Would you prefer a president to be the average human or the average gorilla?
Strength-wise, gorilla.
You're actually rage baiting.
I'm not rage baiting.
You just said that you want a fucking animal to be our president because they happen to be physically stronger.
When you look at two people...
Dude! No, you're like, actually, this is all rage bait. This is all... You just said that you want a fucking animal to run the country because... Dude, oh my god. Like, I'm so fucking... You have to be, like, trolling. Are you trolling?
This isn't rage bait, but it's just the reality. Elephants are very...
All right, buddy, shut up. I'm going to thank a couple people. In fact, they have a couple things to say to you, too, so you're going to have to sit here and listen. Andrea, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo, who says appeals court just rejected Trump's request to have full panel rehear his challenge to E. Jean Carroll's defamation lawsuit. No fucking way. I didn't even know that. Thank you for the breaking news. That is huge. Thank you for the $15. You were awesome, Andrea. Let's get 150 Andrea W's. Jessica with a $5 says this child was birthed by a woman and has the audacity to talk about women this way. Disgusting. Thank you for standing up for women, Dean. Listen, bro, I'm just standing up for common sense, and clearly common sense dictates that this fool is an unintelligent pig. Thank you for the $5. Brett, thank you so much for the $10, who says Trump is the least fit person on the planet. By the way, women invented Wi-Fi. W women, thank you for the $10. Kelly, thank you for the $10 as well, who says, I am a 55-year-old woman. I started my business 26 years ago, the first of its kind in my state. I now have 4 locations. All are extremely successful. This sexist can fuck off. Hey, I have a question. Who's a better business owner, you or Kelly?
What did she say? I wasn't listening.
That she started her business 26 years ago, and she now has 4 locations, and all are extremely successful with high profit margins.
I mean, I started mine. I'm 29. I started mine when I was 24, so 5 years ago. I mean, I operate throughout the country, so I mean, good for her, good for me, I guess. I mean, I'm not gonna hate on her. Good.
So how many physical locations do you have?
Locations? 1. I mean, I run a e-commerce
So she
business,
has more physical locations. So Kelly's a better business owner. So the woman's better than you.
I guess.
So women are better than you.
Answer the question.
Thank you so much for the $10, Kelly. Jamie with the $20. Please show some love to Jamie down below in that chat. I appreciate you for the $20. Please do show some love. I appreciate you so much. Please do show some love to Jamie for the $20. Haley, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you. Who says, I just want to shout out a resident at my senior living community I've worked at for 8+ years, who just turned 100 last month. She was a general surgeon in Pittsburgh for 40+ years and fought many prejudice to be as successful as she was. Huge shout out to her. That is incredible. That is very inspiring. Allie, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. I appreciate you so much for that love, Allie. Serena, thank you for the $20. She says, as a photographer, we don't claim him. Every time I'm at a show, I'm always the only female in the photo pit and being asked if I got approved because I'm dating somebody on the band and not for my talent. But yeah, because of the prejudice that are shared by this man and and other men like him. I'm sorry that you have to experience that, and thank you for the $20. Let's get 200 Serena W's. As well as Sandra, thank you so much for the $50 donation on Venmo. Oh my God, bro. I want to see 500 Sandra W's down below in that chat. Sandra, you are a queen. Thank you so very much for the love. Now, Brandon, I'm actually going to have you listen really closely to Sandra's message here. Sandra with the $50 says, thank you for dunking on this weak little pig. Such a dick. What is your response to Sandra's message? In fact, can you thank Sandra for sending me a $50 dono?
Thank you for sending Dean $50 donation. Appreciate the support.
Good boy. Honestly, maybe it seems like he just thanked a woman for calling him a weak little pig. Maybe he's into it. It's like a masochist thing, a degradation kink. Thank you for the $50, Sandra. Lars, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you. Abby with the $15. Thank you so much for that love, Abby. Heidi, thank you for the 5. And oh my God, this came in 31 minutes ago. Henry. Fucking hell. Henry, thank you so much for the $300 donation on Venmo. Oh my God. I want to see 3,000 Henry W's in that chat. That is fucking insane. Dude, I'm sorry. That is way too much money. I don't deserve a penny of that. I'm so very grateful for the love and support from the bottom of my heart. Genuinely. Thank you so much for your kindness. I will never know, and I have never known. I'll just never be able to even comprehend why some individuals such as yourself choose to be so extremely kind, Henry. Just know that I'm beyond fucking grateful for you, man. Oh my God, dude. Huge shout out to Henry. I want to see W. Henry's in the chat for at least the next 10 minutes. Like, holy shit. Henry with the $300 says, I'm in my 30s and I have 2 kids under 3. Seeing what you do gives me hope that they could grow up in a country that they could feel proud of. Thank you for being able to be so calm and surgical with your arguments while dealing with these bozos and changing minds. Henry, thank you, dude. That is beyond kind. Not just for the insane, ludicrous donation, but also for the kind words. I try to be calm and surgical with my argumentation, but sometimes I definitely do get a little loosey-goosey with those boundaries when I meet people such as this guy. Because they just spend their time hating on women. So I'll make sure that I don't only prove them wrong, but also kind of give them some of the energy that they've been giving for so long. I find that very satisfactory. But dude, like I said, thank you so much for the incredible $300 donation. That is just beyond my comprehension. I do not deserve it. And I am so privileged to be able to do what I do. And I'm just so thankful for you, man. Show some love to Henry. Like fucking genuinely, dude. Show some love to Henry. Same thing to Catherine. Thank you so much for the $10, who says the patriarchy was built on women's unpaid labor. That is a fact. Rita, thank you for the $10, who says, in the United States, 80% of one-parent families are maintained by a woman, with approximately 15 million children living with a single mother compared to roughly 3 million children with a single father. Another fact. And Z, thank you so much for the $25. I appreciate you so much for the love. Show some love to Z down below in that comment section. And thank you for letting me know. Show some love to Z. I appreciate you so much. Thank you, Z. And then Joe, thank you for the $5. On Super Chat, thank you, Tori, for the $50 over on YouTube. Thank you so much for the love. Who says, women also statistically have higher intelligence than men. So just because you have the innate need to be better than somebody does not make it so. Yeah, I mean, he just likes to speak his prejudice into existence as if, his word of mouth is what makes something true, and it's very embarrassing. Thank you guys so much for all the love and support. Now, there's a handful of you guys on PayPal. I'm going to go ahead and allow this guy to continue, but here in a moment I will get around to thanking you guys. I just want to make sure that, we're respecting this guest's time, and they have the time to speak and to make an argument.
I got
So
one last thing to say, then I'll go.
Vanessa, thank you for the $100 donation on PayPal. I want to see 1,000 Vanessa W's down below in that comment section. Thank you so much for the love, Vanessa. Vanessa with the $100 says, I love your videos. I'm in the queue and would love some guidance on learning how to debate Maple MAGA. And it's getting really bad because here in the U.S. Influence, they're being asked to be the 51st state. Any chance to chat would truly help. Vanessa, here's what I will say. First and foremost, thank you for the insane donation. $100 is a shit ton of money. I want to see 1,000 Vanessa W's down below. But we are just looking to debate Trump supporters today. But if you kind of want some advice on how to talk to Trump supporters, just kind of like listen into the way that I do. I mean, I think that I've developed a really good blueprint here. Maybe try to implement some of the same talking points, or go to leavingmaga.org, which is it's much of a more interpersonal approach if you're trying to change the minds of people in your family. Once again, that is leavingmaga.org. Jocelyn, thank you for the $20, who says, this guy can't be serious. Props to you for putting up with this bullshit. Oh, we're clowning on his bullshit, Jocelyn. Thank you for the $20. Kayana, thank you for the $20 as well, who says, honestly, sad to say that it happens. His mother probably enabled his beliefs and behaviors. Unfortunately, that could be true, but we don't know. Thank you for the $20, Kiana. Then Andrea and Chloe, thank you both for the $5. Chloe, shout out to you and Zana. I appreciate you so much. And then Cammy with the $10, who says, I work in the OR. It feels like the real world to me. Yeah, this loser was trying to suggest earlier that the operating room wasn't the real world. What a nut job. I appreciate you so much for that love and support. Then Sarah, thank you for the $10, who says, hey, Brandon, it's small, isn't it? Probably. Thank you for the 10. Then Eric, thank you for the $23, who says, oh, my Dean, you cook Brandon so hard, add some spice, and he's ready to serve. Yeah, he just ran away, dude. Eric, thank you for the $23. I want to see 200 Eric W's. That is ERIK. Thank you so much, Eric. Welcome in, Stu. Do you support Trump?
I would assume white, because that's their other armband color.
Hey, Stu, you're on the live.
And, white is right, so...
What? Is that the way that Trump supporters act when they don't know that they're in the live? Because I don't think that dude knew he was connected. Yo, that's crazy. He came in here to debate. He was a Trump supporter. He had no clue that he was connected to the live stream. And he was talking to his friend about how white is right.
Hello, Dean.
Danny, do you support Trump?
I do support Trump. I
How old are you?
support Trump, ICE, America, and Queen Nicki Minaj.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 21.
All right, sounds good. By the way,
How old
folks,
are you?
that's not a troll, because like Nicki Minaj has been like super pro-Trump. So I mean, a lot of her very uneducated and politically illiterate fans have just hopped on board. All right, sounds good, man. I'll go ahead and give you the mic here in a moment to make an argument, but I just want to thank a couple more people here. I do appreciate you for your continued patience. Morgan, thank you for the $15 on PayPal, dollar donation on PayPal, who says, Dean, you'd be a great girl dad. Thank you for protecting women. Well, I appreciate you for the $15, Morgan. I just think it's important to protect common sense, and that means the abolition of the patriarchy. I appreciate you for the $15. And then S, thank you so much for the $20, who says, I was wondering if you could give my mom at Critical Race Prof a shout out. She's an executive director at UCDC, a sociologist and an activist, and she posts educational videos about racism, deportation, ICE, and DC. Oh, well, that's awesome, S. Thank you for the $20. And once again, that is at Critical Race Prof. I'm probably going to check some of her videos out myself. And with all of that being said, I have one last person to thank for now, then we'll pass the mic to this guest. This comes in from somebody very, very special to me. Anne, thank you so very much for the $200 donation on PayPal. And from Quebec City, ladies and gentlemen, she comes in here once a month. She sends such incredibly kind donation, and then she just kind of disappears for a while. So Anne, it is so good to see you. I love knowing that you're in this stream. I hope that you enjoy it today, and know that I appreciate you so fucking much for the love. I want to see 2,000 NWs. That is once again an incredibly kind donation that I quite frankly do not receive. I don't know what is going on today. We have been live for an hour, and you guys have been so fucking kind. So please take a moment to show some love to Ann, show some love to Chris, show some love to all of the donors, because I genuinely don't know what the hell is going on, and I'm just so very grateful for you guys. W's all around. We're all caught up. Go ahead and take it away, Danny. Tell us about your MAGA.
I feel like it's a good thing to love America, especially the leader of our country. Why wouldn't you support someone that follows the law and deports illegals from our country? He puts Americans first every day, always, all the time. And why would I support purple, they, them, liberal, pansexual moms of three that are just delusional and don't have a grasp on reality? I'd rather be supportive of Americans first, and people that actually are not delusional. Also, Dean, I feel like you would be a way better Republican. You and me on the 4th of July, just like cuddling under fireworks and just loving America and being Republican together. I mean, you're so cute. I feel like you should just join our side, because you would fit with us much better than those they them fucks that you choose to align yourself with.
Chat, y'all are not gonna believe this. There is a very real chance that this guy is not trolling. Here's a video from his TikTok account posted months ago.
Here's my fucking money, Tim, and that's why I support strong borders.
Oh, never mind. Definitely a fucking troll. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Definitely a fucking troll. Sorry. I had to listen to the video. It's him like talking about it's like strong borders and immigration. As, like you got like Nicki Minaj in the background. Okay, yeah, dude is a troll. He's just been trolling for a while. All right, yeah, we're gonna move on to the next guest. Only up inside of that queue. If you happen to be a Trump supporter, I'd appreciate you guys if you could please follow the rules of the live. Please and thank you. Please and thank you. Let's go to get that next guest, Chris, loaded up into the box. All right, here we go. Only hop into that box if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. Please and thank you. Please and thank you. Oh, what a day. What a day, folks. What a day we have in front of us. We're only an hour into the live stream, and oh boy, I already feel like it's been 5. All right, this next guest, their name is Gen Extra Medium. I would like to please remind everybody to hop out of that queue unless you're a Trump supporter. The rules are in the middle of the phone screen on TikTok. Please do follow them to a T, please, and thank you. While we try to get that next Trump supporter loaded into the box. You know, I'd love to grill some more misogynists, so if you agree with that last guest who was on the live, feel free to hop in that queue, because oh boy, would I love to have a dialogue with you. Some of my favorite debates, because they're so fun and easy to drill. Bone Man, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
All right, Bone Man, how old are you?
I'm 60.
Okay, Bone Man, why do you support Trump?
Well, I'm going to give several indications of why I do. I started supporting him in the first election, and then the second election came, and there was a lot of what do we call hidden agendas inside of that. Ballots.
No, wait, I'm going to cut you off now. Cutting you off, sir. You cannot talk about the 2020 election in the way that you seem to want to because of TikTok terms of service.
Okay, sorry.
So, Mr. Boner, why are you a Trump supporter?
I believe in the guy. I like what he's doing, and I don't agree with everything that happens in social media, but he's a president of the United States. You gotta give him some respect.
So I don't think that we owe any respect to the president. And in fact, I would argue here that the more power you have, the less respect is owed, and the more respect is brought on via doing things good for those in which you represent. We, by default, should respect no politician. I think by default the politician should respect us. And if that politician is not fighting in our best interests, then we should definitely advocate for kicking them to the curb. And I mean, I don't think that Trump is advocating in our best interests. The economy's shit. Okay, we're at war in the Middle East after we've already learned that that doesn't work. He promised not to do it, and he broke that promise. He lied about them having nukes to start it. That's egregious. He's killing their girls. I mean, we also see here at home in America, 1.3 million layoffs last year. People are unemployed, and inflation is getting worse. GDP growth is going down. We're losing our allies because he's threatening to invade them all, like Greenland, for instance. And, this country's a mess. It's so divided. Maybe that's because he's calling his political opposition terrorists. He's calling for the execution of Democrats in Congress, and he's endorsing the murder and execution of American citizens on the streets of this country at the hand of lawless ICE thugs. So it's just like, what's possibly redeeming of this administration? Feel free to describe it to me. Because if you could prove me wrong here, I'll change my mind. I'm open-minded. So what's the argument?
I've listened to your conversation several times. I sat there and just listened because you have good points. You're very knowledgeable about everything, so I can't argue any of that. And I can't say that he's not human and doesn't make mistakes. Because I believe that that's an indication of just being a normal person.
Well, what's your favorite Trump policy? How about that?
My favorite Trump policy? Immigration.
Okay, well, immigration is a word, not a policy. What immigration policies of Trump's do you support?
Well, I'm not as knowledgeable as you. I just want to say that, I like what he's doing in the immigration part.
Like deportation?
Well, I mean, ICE. I like ICE doing what they're doing, going after
Why?
these guys that need to be going.
Why do you think that every undocumented immigrant needs to be deported?
No, I think that the ones that are committing crimes need to be deported.
Okay, so then you side with the Democrats, because it's the progressives that are even a bit further left than the Democrats that think
Right.
only those that commit bad crimes on American soil need to be deported. Everybody else should be given a pathway to residency or citizenship. But
Well,
the
like
Democrats are acting in proxy closer to that goal than the Republicans. Right? MAGA has explicitly endorsed not just a deportation of every single undocumented immigrant in the country, but also the removal of some legal immigrants, like asylum seekers. Right? So it actually seems like on the topic of immigration, you agree with the Dems.
I probably do. I mean, I'm not going to say I disagree with everything, but I want you to know that my wife was actually raped by a immigrant, and he got to stay in America.
Okay. Well, did he go to jail?
He went to jail, but they didn't deport him back because that's supposed to be an automatic. Whenever you get arrested, you lose that in your what you call it.
I'm actually happy he wasn't deported and he went to jail. Let me tell you why. Because if we just deport people when, like, we legally suspect, like, he was guilty. You're telling me he did it, I believe you. But when we legally suspect somebody of a crime, that just means that, we either suspect that they did it or we know they did it. We just haven't found them guilty in a court yet. Okay, if we were to just deport the man that raped your wife back to the country that he came from, well, then he'd just be roaming free on the streets of that country to go rape another woman. All right? So I actually think that it's a good thing that when undocumented immigrants commit violent crimes in American soil, we arrest them and then throw them in jail here. That's a good thing.
Okay, and I can agree with that to a certain point because they have control of the situation. He's documented and as a pedophile, etc. So that's my thoughts. We have control over our criminal justice system. He committed that bad crime when he's in our jurisdiction. Let's just go ahead and throw him in an American jail so we know he stays locked up and he doesn't just get deported to roam free in the streets of another country. And that's actually another big reason why the Trump admin sucks. They passed the Lake and Riley bill, which allows for deportations on the basis of an accusation of a violent crime. Right. So if, that happened in the last year, well, then, ICE officials could have turned around and just picked him up from the PD when he was arrested for raping your wife and deported him back to his home country, where he then would have roamed free and probably assaulted other women, right? We don't want that. Well, let me say this. You have made me change my opinions. Listening to you, I listen daily. It's the first time I've ever came up, because usually I just sit back and listen. and you've made a lot of common sense, and it's going to make me change my opinions of who I vote for the next term.
Good.
I'll
Good.
vote
All
Democrat.
right. Well, Bowman, I appreciate you for coming up, and I hope you have a good rest of your day. And I didn't say this earlier, but I'm really sorry to hear that happened to your wife. All right. So
Thank you.
you have a good rest of your day. Okay, man.
All right, goodbye.
Yeah, you take care. That's good. That's good, guys. I saw his 6 months. I clicked on that right before we moved on. What the fuck? Dude, old men and AI. Listen to me, folks. Old men and AI is a combination that never should have happened. Oh boy. All right. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes. I'm 18.
How old are you? You're 18. What year were you born in? You left the app. It makes me think that he's looking at a calendar. What year were you born in?
2008.
What month?
January.
February.
January
Okay.
10th.
All right, yeah, before I pass you the mic to give us the ARG, I'm going to go and thank a couple people here real quick. Rogue, thank you for the $25 who says lol.
Discontinue. I do like feet, though.
Okay. We're going to go to move on. Rogue with the 20... What the hell? Why? I don't know. Okay. All right. Weird. Wow. Wow. Okay. Yeah. Where what? Rogue, thank you for the $25 donation over on Super Chat. Rogue with the $25 says, as a mixed pink-haired liberal lesbian with 0 kids, gotta love bro for pointing us colored hair liberals always here. Anyways, here's a payment from the lesbian DNC. Well, thank you for the $25 from the lesbian DNC. You're probably referring to that last guest who was trolling. He was saying some crazy shit, but I appreciate you. Thank you for the $10. Rebecca, thank you for the €10 as well. Let's get 100 Rebecca W's. Cooley, I appreciate you for the 10 who says, seeing what you do really inspires me. Oh, that's awesome. I'm happy that our live streams are able to help you out and inspire you to do good things. That's awesome. Tori, thank you for the $10. I appreciate that, Tori. Then Alex with the $10 who says, the fact that I have to donate to say that Superman is an immigrant and embodies the antithesis of what Trump is. What the fuck? Man, these Trump supporters live in delusion. A bunch of snowflake ass MFers. Yeah, that was from that crazy misogynist. I wish he was still here because I was having fun clowning on him. And then thank you for the $10 over on Super Chat. And Alpha Phoenix, thank you for the $20 on Super Chat who says, hey Dean, I'm a welder and another statistic for you to use is the fact that welders are majority men. However, companies will hire and pay women more because they're statistically better at welding than men. Ooh, that is a really good one. Thank you for sharing that with me. Thank you, dude. Show some love to Alpha Phoenix down below. What a good stat to know. Sunrise, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Sunrise is not here. All right, let's go to get the next guest loaded up into the box right now, folks. Only hop inside of the queue if you are American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. We still have some more people to thank over on Venmo. Elizabeth, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you, Elizabeth. Elizabeth with the 10 says, Dean, my cat walked across my phone and pressed request while it's listening to your live. No worries, Elizabeth. Thank you for the $10. Andrea with the $10 says, Dean, keeping it real like a Happy Meal, never stop. Appreciate you, Andrea. And Vinny, thank you for the $15 who actually just shared the same thing with me that Phoenix did on Super Chat by saying that women are better at welding. Yeah, I didn't know that. I appreciate you for the $15, Vinny. And then same thing to Autumn. Thank you for the $15. Thank you so much, Autumn. And Kayla, thank you for the $20 who says, I work at a furniture store and men often ask for help loading their things. Then they get so offended when I pick it up myself and walk it to their car. Guess I'm the better quote-unquote leader here. Oh, man, I bet that would make them offended. You know what? Go piss off more old men, Kayla. I love that for you. You are awesome. Thank you for the $20. Alex, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Actually, bro, I have a question. And I know that's do you support Trump, but
All right. Well, I removed you, Alex, because you said, actually, bro, I have a question when I asked you if you support Trump, so I thought that meant that you were not a Trump supporter. But at the end there, you kind of confused me because I think I might have heard you follow that up by saying that you are a Trump supporter. If you are a Trump supporter, feel free to hop back inside of that queue and I'll happily bring you up here. But in the meantime, we are going to go ahead and try to get that next guest tuned in right now. Rachel, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. It's good to see you, by the way, today, Rachel. I appreciate you. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, your mic is really terrible. Can you disconnect any Bluetooth devices connected to your phone?
Sure. Hold on.
Okay, yeah, because it's really bad. While you're doing that, I'm going to thank a couple more people. Oh my god. I'm just seeing this now. This was from 22 minutes ago. Brandy, thank you so much for the $50 donation on Venmo. Calling the misogynists brain smooth. God damn, bro. You guys hated that fool. Brandy. Dude, Brandy paid $50 just to shit on him. Thank you so very much for the love. That is a huge donation, and I'm very, very grateful for you. That is BRANDIE. Show some love to Brandy down below for the $50. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you so very much. Huge shout out to you, Brandy. Same thing to Emma. Thank you for the $5. And Sarah with the $5. And Claire, thank you for the $5. Oh my god. Dude. I gotta like click on this, make sure it's real. Scott. Brother, you did not need to do that. Like I think he may have mistyped. Bro. Scott. Thank you for the $1,000 donation. Scott, dude, that is like most of my rent, man. That is like food for like 3 months, bro. Fucking hell. Scott. Scott with the $1,000 donation says, and I quote, "Keep up the good work." Brother, I'm
Holy
speechless.
shit, W. Scott. I just joined in to like come debate with you, but Jesus, Scott, holy fuck.
It is my job to always have something to say, and I'm speechless. Where do I want to start? First and foremost, man, let me know if you meant to send like 10 or 100. That is just literally so insane. It is incomprehensible for me to believe that somebody would ever want to donate me $1,000. So if that was a mistype, please fucking let me know. Second of all, if that wasn't a mistype, thank you. Even saying thank you doesn't go far enough. I am beyond grateful, and I am left with so little words that it's just hard to even come up with something on the spot to say. I am genuinely, I am so fucking grateful for you. Every single bone of my body, man. I'm so very grateful. Thank you so much for your kindness. To the moon and fucking back, bro. I don't have never and will never deserve that. And I recognize the privilege that I have to be able to do what I do and just be met with, such extraordinary levels of kindness that I am failing to, really comprehend it. That is, so insane. I'm just having issues, truly comprehending it. Thank you so much, man. I mean, genuinely thank you so much. Bro, alright, listen, dude. I want to see W. Scott's in the comment section for at least the next 30 minutes. Thank you, man. I'm gonna be sending you a personal message, Scott. Thank you so fucking much for the love. I mean, bro, dude, show some love to Scott down below. Aloe, if you want to take it away and tell us why you're MAGA, fuck it, dude, feel free. Mike and the floor are yours, Aloe. That is so insane. W. Scott's. I'm writing him a personal message right now. Aloe, are you with us?
Hey.
Hey, so why do you support Trump?
I like a lot of things that he stands for, but I just had a question before we get into that. Did you really say that Just Start USA, that young lady, did you really tell her dad should be aborted rather than adopted?
Oh, thank you so much for bringing that up. I was gonna talk. I was gonna talk about that on live today, because of how much it pissed me off, and I just totally forgot. I just legitimately totally forgot to talk about that. So thank you for bringing that up so I could clown on her, because she's a disgusting person. Folks, if you guys remember this debate that I had with this crazy Trump supporter a couple days ago. Ooh, I'll actually show her account on live stream here real quick. Let's just take a look at it together. Her name is Just Start USA. She was like the one like dancing for ice. That like made this video saying
you got into Harvard Law.
She beat me in a debate.
God, yeah, I saw
that got like 700,000 views. So I brought her up on the stream again. I invited her for a debate, and then I absolutely fucking destroyed her. I absolutely obliterated her in the debate, and she left and she ran. And then one of her best friends named Hazel came up to try to continue the conversation that I was having with Just Start USA, and I will acknowledge that Hazel was much more intelligent than Just Start USA, but I obliterated her too in a continuation of the debate, and I ended up changing her mind on something as well. But during this debate, we were talking about abortion, and more specifically, how victims of rape should be able to access abortion. So then she asked me, she said, Dean, hypothetically, okay, if my dad was the product of an 11-year-old girl being raped and impregnated, do you think that that 11-year-old getting an abortion would have been a good thing? And yeah, I do think that no child should have to endure pregnancy, and when 11-year-olds are raped and impregnated, that they should get abortions. And look at what she posted about that. Let's go ahead and take a look at it together. Dean Withers beat you in a debate. If you think him saying my dad should have been aborted instead of adopted is winning, then I simply hope that I'm never quote unquote winning. So she completely, changed what occurred during the debate. She left out the fact that I actually never said that her dad should have been aborted. I said that hypothetically, if her dad's mom was an 11-year-old victim of rape, that abortion would have been a good thing, in response to her asking me if it would have been a good thing. And then she's misconstruing it and completely twisting what happened to then make a post about it to get like people to not like me. So this is no different. Okay, check this out. Parker.
Yeah.
Would you advocate for me to be imprisoned for the rest of my life if I was a cannibalizing rapist pedophile?
Absolutely. What?
Right. So imagine, now that we've learned that Parker would support me being thrown in jail for the rest of my life if I was a cannibalizing rapist pedophile, I'm going to go ahead and turn around and make a post saying that when I had Parker on my live, he advocated for me being thrown in jail for life. Okay, well, that's
Yes.
not true. Okay,
Yes.
because I
Yes.
asked him a question.
That's totally fair.
If I was something that I wasn't, a cannibalizing rapist pedophile, would he be advocating for me to be thrown in jail for life? And he said yes. The same way she asked me if her dad's mom was a rape victim that was 11 years old, would I advocate for her to get an abortion? And I said yes. So this is actually, folks, defamation. It is defamatory for this ludicrous, hateful moron of a creator to say that I advocated for the notion that her dad should have been aborted compared to adopted, because it is an intentional misrepresentation of the truth, with malice. And I know, and I could prove in court if I wanted to, that it was with malice, because she's the one that asked me the question, Dean, if my dad was the son of an 11-year-old victim of rape, would you be okay with her getting an abortion? And then she misrepresented that by me broadly saying that I wished her dad was aborted instead of adopted. So I'm actually, for Just Start USA, I hope this finds it her way. You have exactly 24 hours to take that video down before I go make a recommendation and talk to my lawyer about what a defamation suit would look like, because this seems really easy for me to win. Now, I am a public figure, so the requirements for defamation are a little bit different. It's not just so in order to like win a defamation suit or prove defamation against a public figure, not only do you have to prove that the person said something that wasn't true about you, okay, but they have to be framing it as if it is fact-based, not an opinion, and they have to be doing so with malice or intentional recklessness and disregard for the truth. But I could actually prove all those things. She did suggest this is fact-based. She didn't say, in my opinion, this is what Dean said. She said, well, this is what he said. Okay. And she did so with malice because we could reflect on the VOD of the debate I had with her, where she was the one that asked me if he was the product of rape from an 11-year-old girl. And then she's the one that turned around and misrepresented the truth to depict it as with this lie on one of her TikToks. So, I just want to let you know that I'd highly recommend taking that down. And in the future, when you get butthurt because you lose a debate, don't just turn around and lie about your opponent on the internet. You are a small-time creator. You have 6,000 followers on TikTok, on Instagram, and 25,000 followers on TikTok. You need to get your fucking shit together if you ever want to be taken seriously by anybody other than your parents and your fiance that are telling you you're doing a good job on social media instead of going to school or getting a real job, right? And they're telling you that you really have a future in this career field with 24,000 followers. But I will clarify here that you do not have a future in politics, and nobody will take you seriously if you just lie about people that you don't like and misrepresent things that they said to such a gross degree on a daily basis. I'll actually make sure that it's very hard for you to get any media opportunities or even climb the ladder in Turning Point, because I do happen to know a couple people that work in Turning Point because of the scheduling of my debate with Charlie Kirk that never happened because he died. And, I'll make sure to send that to them and I'll say, hey, this person represents one of your chapters because I saw that you had that in your bio. And, make sure that if, you ever work your way up their ladder, that, they're going to have a real issue with me. And, they wouldn't want that. And they just, rather choose to disregard you and kind of throw you out as a serious interlocutor. So, either take that down or risk, your career in politics getting fucked if that's what you want in a possible defamation suit, because I find that to be so deplorable and disgusting. But anyways, now that we've gone over that, Aloe, this actually all started with a question that you asked me. I hope that answers your question.
Oh, for sure. Definitely. It was a great long answer, sorry. So do you know what percentage that 11-year-old would become pregnant?
No, does she? She's the one that asked me that question. I don't know why you're asking me.
She asked, because I hear you bring it up quite often on your lives, you and your friends. You're always mentioning if a 9-year-old, 11-year-old,
right,
like these young children. But I wasn't sure if you were aware how likely or how rare, on the other hand, it is for a 9 or 11-year-old to even become pregnant. So kind of,
in order for a 9-year-old to become pregnant, they'd have to hit precocious puberty. I don't know the likelihood that precocious puberty would occur. But regardless of the likelihood...
you wouldn't know because you're not a woman. So you like to speak on women factors so much.
Well, actually, I'm fine with agreeing with you here that all men, including myself, shouldn't speak out about abortion if that's what you want to argue, because I know that if all men stop speaking about and voting for abortion, then abortion would be legal in all 50 states, achieving my goal without these debates. So is that what you want to agree to, Aloe? Because I'll agree to that. Let's do it.
That men shouldn't?
Yeah, all men, not just me. Every single man should not speak about abortion. And
okay,
I would,
so
if we want to agree on that, I'll agree, because that's going to lead to abortion being legal in all 50 states, and that's what I want.
So you're no longer going to discuss this and have such a strong opinion, because that's what.
Well, can you agree to that? Can every single man, including the male legislators,
discuss it if it is the case that pro-choice legislation was going to be in place forever, because it would only be women talking about it?
Yeah,
but we're going to respond, given that it is the fact that men do have these positions and do influence these things and disenfranchise women based upon their determinations, that we as men should advocate against those other men to advocate for people to have the rights and access to be able to get access to an abortion.
Right. But the thing is, he just went on for quite some time saying this and that about her and her career, yet he was so quick to speak on a matter that he really doesn't even know about, especially since I just asked him
are
the
we agreeing that
percentage.
men shouldn't be able to speak or vote on abortion?
No, I'm not agreeing on that. What I'm
Okay,
saying
so
is
then I
that
have
you
the right to
just-
say whatever I want about abortion, and you just should, I don't know,
Oh, for
take it
sure,
elsewhere.
you do. You
Okay,
do,
perfect. So
but-
then the point that you're making is null. What's next?
No.
Also,
my
by the way,
point-
she asked me. I didn't ask her. She asked me.
Okay, yeah, but anytime it's brought up, you have such an opinion, and you're not realizing how sensitive it is, especially when it comes to rape, like situations.
Oh,
Because
my
there's a
opinion is
lot
that
of
child
people-
torture should be
well,
avoided.
There's a lot of people living. No, there's a lot of people living today that came from those situations. So to say that, that's the sensitivity in it. When you're saying somebody should have aborted that baby rather than their offspring and their family coming about. That's a sensitive area, and you're not seeing that. That's,
yeah, listen.
And then another
listen.
thing,
I'm okay if you want to cry about it, but I will
Oh,
not
I'm not
change.
gonna cry about
I
it, but I'm
will
gonna
not change
speak
my
about it.
belief that child
Oh, I
torture is
won't cry
wrong
about it,
and
darling,
children
but I'll
shouldn't be
speak
pregnant.
about it. Okay, but what's the percentage that a child could even become pregnant? You don't even know what age they start developing where they could become pregnant. You just said that, right?
What percentage
So
of
why you
kidnap?
just-
Well, I have a question. What percentage of kidnapped victims are girls aged in between 10 and 12?
I don't know.
So even though
That's
you
not
don't know
something
what
I'm
percentage of
sitting
kidnapped
here
victims are girls in between the
discussing.
ages of 12,
That's not
10 and 12,
something I'm
do you think that it'd still yet be
discussing
okay
on a
for
live
you
in
to
front of
say
people.
that we shouldn't kidnap girls aged 10 to 12?
Every person says no child should be kidnapped regardless of
Even
age.
though you don't know the percentage of children kidnapped in between the age of 10 and 12. And that's my point. You're introducing a red herring into the debate. I don't need to know what percentage of girls aged 9 to 11 can get pregnant in order to make the argument that child torture is wrong, pregnancy for children is child torture, and no child should have to endure pregnancy. This is a red herring.
A child wouldn't endure it if they cannot become pregnant, in fact, correct? Can we agree on that or no?
If a child can't become pregnant, then a child won't be pregnant. What's the point? You're just
Exactly.
giving me
So then
a
how-
logical
so then why
entailment
would we
that has
give them
nothing
the
to do
right
with my view.
something? Why would we use that as an argument that will give them the right to an abortion if in fact they can't become pregnant? Do you understand?
Because in some scenarios they can
tracking with
become
me?
pregnant, KP.
But what's the percentage? It's a very, very unlikely, right?
Oh, but it's
very
above
rare.
zero, right?
It's 0.02.
It's 0.02. So you would argue
I
that
believe.
Oh, I'm actually just curious on your source. Please show me that only 0.02% of 9-year-old
Let's
girls
Google
have
it,
undergone
'cause I don't
precocious
have
puberty.
a computer in front of me.
Okay, so you don't have evidence for your claim. That's not. I mean, that's
Google it.
that's
Don't
not
you?
surprising.
If I had a computer in front of me, I would tell you exactly what source. I just don't have one at the moment. The reason people get so heated on these topics is because you have such a loud mouth on these topics, and sometimes you're kind, and then other times you're so
Okay,
disrespectful.
so according to the National
So,
Institute
Emma-
of Health, their studies found that nearly 58% of girls had started puberty by the age of 9.
Okay, 58%.
Yes,
And what's your source?
the National Institute of Health, NIH.gov.
Okay. Well,
So you
I'll
could
look-
find this yourself by going on Google and typing in puberty signs and its relationship with lifestyle in 8 to 10-year-old girls, a descriptive analytical study. That's going to be PMID 36353000.
that they start puberty at 9 years old.
Yeah, well, actually, it was the mean age of 9. Some even started
so
it at
look
8
up
in the study.
So look up at 9 years old how likely it is for a 9-year-old to become pregnant.
I mean, I don't really know if I want that in my search history, KP.
Well,
I'm
mean,
just
if
going to
you
be
wanna
honest.
If you want to do your research, then
I mean,
you
like,
gotta do
yeah.
it on all ends.
Now, I will say, if you want to be able to make a claim about the percentage of 9-year-old girls that can become pregnant, feel free to go find that source for your own claim. I've already done the first level research for you out of the kindness of my heart, but it is your obligation to find evidence for your claim. I am not, your assistant for building your beliefs here. I'm not going to do your homework for you.
Okay.
Now, I have a
sounds
question. Why are you arguing in opposition of the notion that children, if they did become pregnant, should be able to access abortion? Because that's all I'm saying. I don't care if the percentage of 9-year-old girls that could become pregnant was 100 or 0.000001. I still would believe, and do believe, okay, that if a 9-year-old girl is impregnated, they should access abortion. Do you agree or do you disagree?
I mean, that's something that would be discussed like with their doctor, but it's so rare that
Not
would
if
be
it, not if there's
case.
legislation making it illegal.
Those types of things I'm pretty sure could be fought for, but as far as whether
So do you
I
think that it should be legal for 9-year-old victims of rape to access abortion?
I mean, I don't think it's right for a wrong for this kid to be raped and then another wrong for the life to be taken.
You're not answering
So
my
I don't
question. Should it
think-
be legal for them to access abortion?
That's my answer. So just put the
You're
two
not
and two
telling me if you
together.
think it should be legal or not, though. Should it be
I
legal?
don't think that you should right a wrong with another wrong.
So does this mean that you
put the
think it
two
should be
and two-
illegal?
Put the 2 and 2 together, and
I'm
you can
sorry.
figure that
No,
out.
I want you to put 2 and 2 together. Do you think
Oh,
it should be
no, I
illegal?
want you to. I'm giving you the information I just said. I don't.
Okay,
think
so to
you
clarify,
should
you think it should be
right
illegal,
a
right?
wrong. I don't think you should right a wrong with a wrong.
Stop being
That's all I'll say.
Stop being confusing.
I'm not being
to
confused.
Then clarify your view. Do you think it should be illegal?
That's what I'll say.
Okay,
I'll
so it
say
sounds
that.
like you're saying that it should be illegal for pregnant 9-year-olds to access abortion that were
I
raped,
said
right?
what I'll say. Next, I'll say this.
No,
You're
no, I don't want to
very-
next.
at
It's
times-
just help me clarify.
at
It
times
sounds like you're
very
saying
kind,
that if a
and
child
then
is raped and
other
impregnated, they should be
times
denied
you're
access to
very
abortion, right?
disrespectful,
Okay,
and
calm
I
down and
think
answer the
that-
question. I don't know
and
why
I
you're running
think
away.
that
I'm not going to allow you to run
Emily
away from this.
will-
You're going on mute because you're running. You can't just give a vague, obfuscated answer to my question, and then when I ask you for clarification, refuse to give it. That's not how debates work, Aloe. So what you said is that you don't think that abortion would be a right thing for a child that was raped. So to clarify, it seems like your position is that when a child is raped and impregnated, they should not legally be allowed to access abortion. Do you accept that this is truly representative of your position, or do you deny that this is truly representative of your position? Because if you continue to play this game of obfuscation where you don't give clear answers to what you believe in and why, then I'm going to kick you from the live, because this is a debate live where we give clear answers about what we believe and why. We don't just dance around the point with the 2 brain cells in our heads bonking back and forth. So do you
Another
accept
thing
that
is
that was
what I just
what your view
looked up,
was?
It's very rare for a 9-year-old to start her period, is what I just looked up.
Thank you. Now, can you please answer my question?
So what you said previously, that was false.
I gave you a study from the NIH. I'm going to have you clarify in your position. If a
already
9-year-old is
did,
raped
and
and
if you wanna
impregnated,
kick
should
me,
she
that's
legally be
fine.
allowed to access abortion?
I don't think you should right a wrong with a wrong. That's the answer.
So you're saying
If
it
you
should be
wanna
illegal,
kick me,
right?
you can.
So you're
I
saying it
think
should be
you
illegal, right?
shouldn't right a wrong with a wrong.
So you're saying it should be illegal for them, right?
I don't know if that's so hard for you to understand, but
I'm just clarifying. Because I want a clear answer. You're saying that it should be illegal, right? You can
I
think that
don't.
something is wrong, yet still think that that thing should be legal. There's plenty of people out there that think that abortion is morally wrong, but think that they don't have the right to make that decision for all women and girls. So even though they think that it's morally wrong, they think that other people should be still yet able to make that decision for themselves. The reason why I'm asking you for clarification on this point is because you don't necessarily have to think that abortion is morally permissible or a good thing in order to think that it's legal. So you merely telling me that you think it's wrong, it does not describe any view of rather you think it should be legal or illegal. So I'm asking you for that further clarification. Now that we understand you think it is wrong, can you please clarify on if you think it should be legal or illegal? All right? And if you refuse to clarify on this point, you're running from me.
I'm not running. I already gave
So
you
then
my
clarify.
straight answer.
But your straight answer was not about the law, it was about morality. Your straight answer was not about the law, it was about morality.
Your answer to how rare it is for a 9-year-old to get her period.
Stop pivoting. I'm not going to
I'm not
allow you to
pivoting.
engage in. Yes, you are, because you are not responding to my request for clarification on if you think it should be legal or illegal. You want
But
to talk
your
about the rarity of this? I'm happy to have that
information was
conversation. I'm happy to have that conversation with you after you clarify on the legality and where you think the legality should stand for pregnant children who are impregnated through rape. do you think that they should have legal access to abortion? Stop acting like a child, KP. This is embarrassing for you. You are a grown-ass woman. Act your age and answer the question.
Hey, listen, I said, I'll say it again. If you want to kick me, go right ahead. I do not believe you should right a wrong with another wrong. You put the two together. You're more than welcome to kick me. You're a disrespectful person, and Emily Wilson was 100% right about you. You debate with people, and you like to spit on them whenever you get the chance with all your disrespectful, smeared words, but you think that you have that right. And it's because people sit here and send you money and fluff your feathers and make you feel good about yourself, but you're really standing for some really evil and cruel things. And if you don't see that, then I'm sorry, darling, but you're very misled in this life. And she was 100% right, Emily Wilson, when she said that whoever trained you or brought you up to be the way that you are should be, in fact, ashamed. It's a shame for a man to act the way that you do. And for your friend Parker, he's just following along, which is sad because you're younger than him. Bad company corrupts good character. Remember that. So surround yourself with good people so that you can flourish in life. But you can surround yourself with corrupt people, you'll become corrupt, just like them. So you have to decide whether you're going to stand for goodness and truth, or if you're going to continue down your path of being cruel and spitting in people's faces daily.
Supporting
Says
Emily
the person
Wilson.
who supports a literal rapist in the Oval Office.
And didn't
what are
you
talking
support
about?
Joe Biden? So give me a break. Stop being
Over Donald Trump? Absolutely. But is Joe Biden held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman?
He was still accused of the same thing, and you know it. And that's why you guys are so afraid of the truth. Because every time someone comes up here speaking the truth, what do? You insult and then you kick. And that's why I said if you want to kick, go right ahead.
Do you believe Tara Reid?
Yes, I think that
you do?
her...
Wait, okay, so do you believe the accusations against Trump from the 27 plus women that have accused him of sexual misconduct?
I haven't looked into those, but I looked into the Eugene, and when I heard her... when I heard her interview about it, she made me not believe her because she was like, I hit my head and then I laughed.
So to clarify, you don't believe E. Jean Carroll, but you do believe Tara Reid.
Because Tara Reid's friends came out speaking on it, and they were like, later on, they were like,
E. Jean Carroll's friends came out speaking on it.
But did you hear what how do you say her name? E. Jean?
E. Jean. E. Jean Carroll.
E. Jean. Did you hear her interview, the full interview, when she was talking about it?
I know exactly what interview you're referencing.
So you're talking,
and I guarantee you're going to misrepresent it in about 5 seconds.
Did you hear the part where she said she laughed when she hit her head because he pushed her up against the wall? You don't see that as a little weird, or that's just normal in rape victims like life? Because I'm sadly one that was sexually assaulted, and I don't remember laughing, to tell you the truth.
So you're saying... So you're saying she said prior she was assaulted that she laughed.
When I look at the interview, I say it's very off.
Wait. How are you going to say that great victims should always respond in the exact same way? I think that great victims respond in different ways. And I just want to clarify, what you're talking about probably is before the event happened.
Also, have you ever heard about laughing in uncomfortable situations?
When the interviewer
Have you ever heard about laughing? Have you ever heard about people laughing in uncomfortable situations?
Yes, but not in rape.
Okay.
She said it was a fight. A fight. You don't laugh in a fight. And then on top of it,
so thank you for affirming. There's no such thing as a normal reaction to sexual violence, because everybody's reaction to sexual violence is much different. Okay? Right? So the process of immediate trauma and delayed trauma that victims of rape undergo is so complex that we still don't understand it to its facility. All right? We have industries that we invest billions of dollars into to train to then hire the very best psychoanalysts and therapists that were trained and taught with the most cutting-edge educational resources possible, and we still do not understand the complexities of trauma responses. Now, I'd actually argue here the fact that E. Jean Carroll shared an incredibly complex trauma response that has and will continue to be misinterpreted by rape apologists such as yourself if anything, okay, only proves that she's telling the truth. Okay, reiterating a story of something that actually happened to her. Because if this was manufactured, why the hell would she say she experienced a complex trauma response that is not typical of the average victim of rape? Why wouldn't she just hit all of the T's of what rape apologists think to be true of quote-unquote real rape? Why wouldn't she say that, oh, she was physically restrained and a physical fight unfolded where she was kicking and screaming and trying to get... Because that's, of course, what rape apologists call, quote-unquote, real rape. As soon as there's any level of complexity introduced, like fawning, freezing, maybe having this like weird reaction where when your head is pushed, you're laughing because you're trying to make sense of what is happening to you just to learn and then later recognize that you're being sexually abused. Okay, all of those things, okay, reduce the credibility of her testimony because of how we know that is misconstrued by rape apologists. So that makes me think that her testimony is only more reliable.
Not to me when you first say that you laughed and then you consider it that it was a fight. And then when the interviewer says to you, most people consider it violent. And she says, well, I think most people see it as sexy. Like, it was just like, to me personally, like hearing the interview was like, I don't know if I take this claim to be true. I'm sorry. That's just my opinion. And that's what I'm going to speak on. Versus Tara Reid, when you read into the people that actually came out and spoke about it, they actually spoke where she was very...
I think that this is gross. Eugene Carroll testified and stated in interviews that she laughed during and immediately after the sexual assault by Trump in the 90s, describing it as a coping mechanism, shock, and an attempt to not make a scene. She also had mentioned laughing when informing her friend immediately afterwards. So, yeah, I mean, I think that makes sense. All right, well, undergoing an incredibly traumatic event, but your brain doesn't want you to think that you're undergoing an incredibly traumatic event. Try to find a way to make sense of it, coping through uncomfortably laughing through the experience of being pinned down. Right? I mean, like that happens. You're gross. I don't know what to tell you. That happens all the time.
Against the wall, not
it's called shock.
Down.
It's called shock.
Well, I
and
find
being pushed against the wall is being pinned against the wall.
I find it disgusting that you...
I find you disgusting. Yeah, shut the fuck up, bro. Like, you're the one that endorses child torture, bro.
Okay, bro. I think you're disgusting.
Do you accept that you endorse child torture?
Feel.
Says the person that wants women and girls to be tortured.
Act like you care about
says that. Listen, you have no high ground. You literally want children to be tortured. Okay, so premise number. Okay,
I'm gonna. Flying eagle's nest.
Here's the about you. Yeah, that's true. Okay, here's the argument that you support child torture. Premise number 1: pregnancy for a child is torture. Premise number 2: you think that pregnant children who are impregnated by rape should not be able to access abortion. Premise number 3: because you don't think children who are tortured, because you do not think children who are impregnated should be able to access abortion, you therefore think that they should be legally obligated to endure torture. Conclusion: you support child torture.
No, actually, I said I think the doctors should be able to make that choice because doctors are...
Shut up. What you said is that you think that abortion for children that are raped and impregnated is morally wrong. And then I asked you 25 times to clarify on if you think that means that you think it should be legal or illegal, and you refuse to. You straight up refuse to clarify on if you think it should be legal or illegal, and just simply said, Dean, I'll tell you that I think it's wrong, and you could kind of, take an implication or make a judgment based on that, but that's all I'm going to share.
Yeah, I did say that.
Okay, so you never clarified if it should be legal or illegal.
I said put one and one together.
Can you just close the case? Are you pivoting? Can you just close the case for us? Okay, let's just close the case. Okay, when a kid is raped and impregnated, should they have legal access to abortion? Yes or no? I'm going to give you 5 opportunities to give a yes or no before you're kicked. All right? So don't waste them all, or you're going to be running.
I already
five chances, yes or no, should raped children have legal access to abortion?
I already gave you an answer.
Okay, so that's not a yes or no, so now you're down to 4 chances that you have left.
You can go ahead and kick me. I don't mind.
That's not a yes or no. You're now down to 3 chances that you have left. Keep in mind that you have 3 more chances to answer the following question with a yes or no. If a child is raped and impregnated, should they have legal access to abortion?
I already gave you my answer.
Okay, no, you didn't. You just said that you thought it was morally wrong for them to access abortion. The reason why that's not an answer to the question, should they have legal access, is because oftentimes people will think that although abortion is morally wrong, they should still have legal access. Yet in other circumstances, people will think that because they think abortion is morally wrong, therefore they should not have legal access. You telling us that you think it is morally wrong does not sufficiently inform anybody, including myself, on if you think it should be legal or illegal. You have 2 opportunities left to answer this question. I want to clarify that because you know you have 2 opportunities left, because you've already wasted the other 3, you are effectively running from me. This is you embarrassing yourself on live in front of 20,000 people. You can stay on this live and continue to debate if you at least take advantage of one of the 2 remaining opportunities you have to answer the question. Now that we understand this is not a question you've asked before, because merely telling us you think it is moral does not sufficiently inform me or anybody on if you think it should be legal or illegal, please answer the following question. If a child is raped and impregnated, should they have legal access to abortion?
Okay, first off, I'm not going to play your little games, okay? I know you like to play this game. I told you, go ahead and kick
10,
me. I
9,
don't mind. I'm not,
8,
I already gave you an answer.
8.
That's all I'm going to do.
KP, I've
For
already
you.
described to you why your answer was insufficient. You didn't tell us if you think it
I
should
don't
be
care
legal
if
or
you think-
illegal. Do you agree that there's people who are pro-choice, i.e. they think abortion should be legal, that think abortion is morally wrong?
Do I think what? Sorry, say that again.
Do you agree that there's people who are pro-choice, i.e. they think abortion should be legal, that personally think abortion is morally wrong?
I'm not sure. I don't really know many people that stand on that stance.
Do you agree that there's pro-choice Christians?
I mean, I've heard there are none that I know.
Okay. So you agree that you've heard of people who think abortion is morally wrong yet think that it should be legal?
Friend Parker, I have.
Okay.
but no one
So
I
therefore,
know.
you agree that people exist that think it should be illegal, people that think it should be legal
Legal.
that think it's morally wrong. Okay. So answer the following question. Like I said, you have 2 more opportunities. You shared with us that you think it's morally wrong, but do you think it should be illegal because it's morally wrong,
Dude,
or do you think it should be
how
legal
many
regardless of the
times
fact that it's
are
morally
you gonna
wrong?
play this game? What?
2 more.
Seriously?
Now, actually, just 1 more. You have 1 last opportunity because you
Okay,
evaded that last
then
one.
you
This
have
is your
a
very last
wonderful
KP. This is your very last opportunity,
Have a
KP.
really good
Oh,
day.
you're running. Oh, the
I'm not
clown
running,
show's
I'm
running.
here. You're
Yes,
just
you are,
speaking.
because you're refusing to answer the question like a fucking clown. You're a goddamn clown. What a runner. I gave you the most patience anybody has ever given you in your life. All right. And you still decided to just disregard it to run. You should be embarrassed, KP, because you are legitimately embarrassing. We're going to go ahead and move on to the next guest. What a childish clown. Truly. What such an embarrassing, such an embarrassing woman. I hate the fact that there's some women out there that legitimately think, even though she proved it in court, she's a liar, crazy woman. She wasn't actually raped. Because this 9-year-old girl that was impregnated by rape is a rarity, I think that 9-year-old girl shouldn't have access to abortion and she should experience child torture. And when I'm just not even pressing her on her beliefs, but just asking for more clarity on them, she refuses to give me clarity. All right? That's how you know she knows she's wrong. Because guess what? The truth is not scared of scrutiny. And god damn it, KP was so scared of scrutiny that she refused to even give clarity on what she believed in. Blue girl, I appreciate you for the I appreciate you so much for the unicorn. You are awesome. Archie, do you support Trump? Also, Parker, I'm going to give the mic to you. We'll listen to you cook here for a little bit after I thank a couple of people. Archie, you left the live. We can't hear you. Hi, Archie. Hello? Okay, apparently Archie's not here, so we're going to go ahead and kick him and move on to the next guest. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. I'm trying my best with these fools, you guys. They definitely are a little bit draining today, much more draining than most days, but I'm trying. We're trying. You know me, I always will. Quickly, to thank a couple people, thank you so much, Moon Knight, for the $10 on Super Chat. I appreciate you. I appreciate you so much, Midnight. Show some love to Moon Knight down below. Same thing to you over on Super Chat. Thank you so much, Bread, for the $20, who says, Caller's definitely one of the most naive and tone-deaf guests yet. Everybody's trauma response differs. She acts like she's the only person on Earth that's selfish and harmful. Thanks, as always, for being a voice for victims. Well, I appreciate you for the $20, Bread, and it's good to see you again, by the way. Thank you so much for the love and support. G, that is G-E-E, thank you for the 20 Australian dollars, who says, as a woman and a Christian, this is... in exchange for the guest sitting down and shutting up until she's ready to grow up. Guests like this don't deserve your time, but we love you for being here regardless. Well, I appreciate you for the $20, G. Thank you so much for that love. And Fit Dad CEO, thank you so much for the $50 donation over on Super Chat. Oh my goodness, Fit Dad. Thank you so very much for that love and support. Show some love to Fit Dad down below while we're trying to find that next guest to bring up here for a debate. I am very, very grateful for the love and support. Huge shout out to Fit Dad down below. I know that you've been watching for quite a while now, and man, just know that I continually appreciate you so very much. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, absolutely, Dean. I do.
All right, man. I have a couple of people to thank here on Venmo, PayPal, then I'll pass you a mic, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Joseph, thank you for the $25 donation for suffering so many fools. I appreciate you so much for the $25, Joseph. Let's get 250 Joseph W's. I appreciate you. Ari, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo. Ari, just because of the nature of that message, I'm going to keep it to myself, but just know that I'm really sorry to hear that happened to you. Show some love to Ari down below in that chat, folks. Amy, I appreciate you for the $10, who says, KP said that we support you to fluff your feathers, so here's to being a fluffer for your debates. Thank you for the $10. And then Haley, thank you so much for the $20, who says, as a woman in graduate school studying psychology, I'm absolutely horrified by this guest and her beliefs about SA. Yeah, she's gross as fuck, Haley. Thank you for the $20. And then Mad Scramble with the $10. I appreciate you. Asia, thank you for the $5. Tassin Moon, thank you for the $5. Theron, thank you for the $5. Fasi, thank you for the $12, calling that last guest hypocritical. On God, thank you for the $12. And then Abby, thank you for the $15 for feather fluffing, my lord. I appreciate you, Abby. Thank you for the feather fluffing. Rami, thank you so much for the $50 donation on Venmo. That is ROMI. Show some love to Rami down below in that chat. That is so very kind of you. Thank you for the love and support. Rami with the 50 says, W. Dean, for your shameless resistance. Carry on, kid. Rami, I know you're always in here. I hope that you enjoyed the stream today. And as always, thank you for showing me some love and support. You are awesome, Rami. And I mean that. Same thing to Victoria. Thank you for the $25, who says, fighting a wrong with child torture is fighting a wrong with a wrong. She obviously never had a child. Well, she has obviously never had a brain either, right? Thank you for the $25, Victoria. Audrey, thank you so much for the $10, saying that it's wrong to make a 9-year-old have a baby. Yup. Kyle, thank you so much for the $10 as well. And then Abigail with the $10 as well. I appreciate you. Who says, that last guest was wrong about arguing that precocious puberty is rare. I'm a woman and a school nurse. Most of my students get their periods in 4th grade. Also, I was 11. Yeah, because she was uneducated. Sierra, thank you so much for the $10 donation of Venmo. INGA, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you. And then Michelle, thank you for the $20. She says, precocious puberty is actually becoming more common globally. I just started developing at an extremely early age and got my first cycle at 8 years old. You know, Michelle, I was actually looking at a study from Harvard that talked about that. It's called Menstrual Periods Are Arriving Earlier for Younger Generations from Harvard Medicine. So you are right about that, Michelle. Same thing to you, Elizabeth. Thank you so much for the $5. And Andrea and Amanda. I appreciate you guys for the $5 as well. We are all caught up on Venmo. You guys have been literally so fucking kind today. I'm so very grateful. Appreciate you guys so much for the continued love and support. I see that guest left. I guess he was a little scared. Whatever. Maybe we didn't want to wait, which is fine. I accept that. I still do have quite a few people to thank on PayPal, but we're gonna try to get that next guest up before I do. So go ahead and hop inside of the queue of your MAGA. Parker, what's your night looking like? How you doing, dude?
I'll have like 30 more minutes before my girlfriend gets back, so I can stay on, hang out, debate for like 30 more minutes, and then I'll be hanging out with my girlfriend all night. Don't quite know what we're gonna do yet. Probably get food, hang out, watch some TV. Nothing really specific.
Oh, sounds fun. Christy, what's up? Do you support Trump?
Ooh, error.
Oh, no worries, Christy. You take care.
What about you, bro?
Oh, man, my day's been boring as hell. Oh, wait, she's in the queue. Hey, did you decide to take that video down?
Jeez.
No, I just now got messages. What was that about?
Oh, yeah, no, you should watch back on my VOD. I essentially said that if you don't take that video down, I'm going to make a recommendation to my lawyer for a possible defamation suit. And I'm going to make sure that I inform, the contact that I have at Turning Point, who was going to set up the debate between me and Charlie before he died. Of that, to let you know, to let him know to never let you work up your ladder in politics on the right because of your inability to apparently lose a debate with grace. And when you do lose a debate, you want to defame your opponents. So there are a couple criteria. One moment. There are a couple criteria for defamation against a public figure. Those criteria are, of course, you have to lie, you have to represent that lie as a fact, and you have to do so with intentional malice. Now, you did tell a lie. You said that I told you that your dad should have been aborted compared to adopted, and then you did so with intentional malice because you know that you'd ask me the question, if his mom was an 11-year-old victim of rape, I'd say that abortion for her was a good thing, when that's not actually the case. Your dad's mom is not actually an 11-year-old victim of rape.
How do you know?
And then because you said that it was a hypothetical on the live.
Right, but I said that we knew nothing about his family.
Okay. Well, you said that you didn't know that his mom was an 11-year-old victim of rape.
Correct. We don't know anything about his family.
But and then the third criteria would be representing it as a fact. You did represent it as a fact because on your page you said that this is exactly what I said and not just what I said in your opinion. Like legitimately, you have 24 hours to take it down before I make a recommendation to my lawyer. And I mean, you could go through that process if you want because you're cocky and you have an ego, but it's definitely not fun.
So you think that you saying that it's okay that he should be aborted if his mom is 11 is not okay for me to say on my page?
No, because that's not what you said on your page. I'll just give you the same example that I gave to everybody else watching a little bit ago. Parker, if I was a cannibalistic pedophile rapist, would you be okay with me going to jail for life?
Go to jail for the rest of your life.
Okay, I'm not actually a pedophile cannibalistic rapist, so would I be misrepresenting the truth if I were to turn around and post a video on my page saying that Parker told me he wants me to be in jail for the rest of my life? Just start USA?
So how about this? What if I edit the video and I
She won't
say...
answer the question.
No, what if I edit the video and I say, Dean said that if my dad's mother was 11 years old that he still should have been aborted, which is still messed up. Would that fix that for you, Dean?
Yeah, well, it definitely would make it not defamation.
All right, so if I fix that, you're good on your end.
Well, I mean, it's just legal for you to say that because that's what I said.
Yeah, just like take down the video and just repost the same video, but with the extra context.
Yeah, so, but
all of a sudden it goes from being something that I could sue you over to being completely fine and legal because that is not a lie. I did say that.
What I want to know is why you still think that's okay that if she was 11 that my dad should have been aborted.
Sure, because I don't think that kids should be pregnant.
Right, but if it came down to that circumstance, you think that my dad's life should have still been taken just due to the circumstance that it was in that my dad had simply nothing to do with.
Yeah, because I don't think that kids should be pregnant, yes.
Okay,
do you think that at least they should have the capacity to get an abortion, like legally?
Like in that circumstance, they should be able to get an abortion? I guess it really depends. I mean,
what does it depend on? I think in every single circumstance, an 11-year-old should be able to get an abortion.
I feel like my first answer would be no, just because simply that is my father, and I don't think that my father deserves his life to be taken simply because of the circumstance.
Well, because your father's no longer because your father's no longer like a fetus growing inside of a woman's or a girl's uterus, right? Your father is a person with sentience and the right to life. So because of your prior experiences with your father, it's kind of hard to reflect back on saying, well, he should have been aborted prior to experiencing the emergence of sentience. But like I could give you a comparable example. Do you think that it would have been wrong for whoever impregnated your father's mom to pull out?
Do I think that it would have been wrong?
Yeah.
I wasn't there, so I mean I couldn't tell you.
I would hope.
Yeah, me too, Parker.
So can you tell me, would it have been wrong for the man that impregnated your grandma to pull out? Hopefully we can agree here that it wouldn't be wrong.
My grandma that I don't know, that I've explained to you that we don't know their family.
Yeah, like would it have been wrong for the man to pull out? Would it have been wrong for the grandma to use birth control? Like, hopefully we'd be able to agree, like, no,
Are you
right? Like,
comparing
clearly,
pulling out and abortion to the same thing?
if your grandpa pulled out, your dad wouldn't be here today.
Yeah, I know
From
how
our perspective,
that
let me
works.
kind of explain it to you. We're kind of just thinking of it as like it's preventing a person from existing, because our notion of personhood doesn't begin until 20 through 24 weeks in the womb, because of the emergence of sentience, subjective experience, because we don't think that it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in our family that's brain dead when that subjective experience is gone forever. So we have value of past or present and future subjective experience. That's our view.
Okay, so whenever you're trying to say that it doesn't matter. Okay, so yesterday, whenever I was live with Dean, he said that it is from conception that it is a fetus. So you're saying, though, that it's okay to abort a baby. Like, is that what you're saying?
It's absolutely justified and good to get that people have the access to get an abortion. Yeah, why is that wrong?
Because it's a child. Like, me and Dean debated this yesterday.
Yeah, they should have at least the right to get an abortion, right?
You just said up to 22, 24 weeks, but Dean yesterday said that it was a child from conception, like a baby from conception.
So
he does not think it's a... No.
So what you're misunderstanding here is the descriptive scientific fact that human life begins at the moment of conception, and the normative moral view that human life gains moral value at 20 through 24 weeks.
Okay, so why yesterday did you say that from conception, like the fetus is a baby?
Well,
he
because
was saying it's human
called
life.
it a human.
You insisted on using the word baby.
Okay, human.
We
Is that
could
better?
yeah, like whatever. I don't care about the semantics. I just care about outcomes.
Yeah.
Because these two things are true at the same time.
True at the same. So what are we arguing about?
So
then?
he was just using your notion of the term, not that he uses that notion himself.
Yeah. It is simultaneously true that human life begins at the moment of conception, and also true that human life only gains the right to life at 20 through 24 weeks.
That's when you think, like, an opinion?
Yeah, that's an opinion.
Okay. Yeah. So you think before then that my dad should have been aborted to any, like, the circumstance that we're talking about, simply because it wasn't at 22, 24 weeks. I'm literally just asking, I'm not trying to argue with you.
So my position shifts greatly when it's about, like, a young child getting raped.
Sure.
So when it's like an adult woman that, like, consented to sex, yeah, my position is just that they should be able to make that decision for themselves. Okay. It's not that anybody should have been aborted. It's not that anybody shouldn't have been aborted. It just simply is, well, if they choose to get abortion, that's fine. Okay. But from my position, I'm almost done. When I evaluate young children getting raped and impregnated, in the same way that I don't think that 11-year-old girl could consent to sex because they can't understand sex, I also don't think that 11-year-old girl can consent to pregnancy because they can't understand pregnancy. So it's not my view that, like, 11-year-old victims of rape should be able to decide if they want to keep that pregnancy, because I don't think they could make that decision, right? So yeah, my position is that they should be aborted.
Okay. So if the 11-year-old got pregnant in that circumstance, okay? So let's just say that was my dad's circumstance. Again, we don't know if that is my dad's circumstance, but let's just say it was my dad's circumstance. You are saying that if she even wanted to keep the baby, let's just say that happened and she had a whole case on it and explained that she wanted to keep the baby, you still would say you need to get an abortion with that baby.
Yeah, in the same way that if an 11-year-old girl made a whole case about how she wanted to have sex with a 40-year-old man, I don't think that the state should let her have sex with a 40-year-old man, because she can't decide to have sex with a 40-year-old man, because 11-year-old girls can't consent to sex. And I also believe that they can't consent to pregnancy.
Okay, but that's not the example that I just gave you.
Yeah, I know. It's a parallel example. I don't think that an 11-year-old girl should have that choice, because I don't think that they could make that choice with informed consent.
Okay, I just find it gross that you're saying that she wouldn't have a choice in that, but you're all about choice. So what if she wanted to keep the baby? Like, I find that kind of weird. I'm not saying
I could clarify this really easily, because I don't think that like 11-year-old girls can make that choice with informed consent.
Okay, you don't think, but do you know?
I know that they can't make the choice to keep a child with informed consent, the same way they can't make a choice to engage in sex with informed consent. Like, why are you trying to argue that literal
Dean,
fucking kids, right, can choose to engage in pregnancy, right? Like, is it really like? Honestly, I think that this is a little bit of a slippery slope. I think if you would have put pressure on the claim that maybe little children can choose to keep a pregnancy after being raped, you're kind of like veering into the territory of possibly concluding that little girls can just make a choice to have sex to begin with.
No,
because if they could consent to pregnancy, why couldn't they consent to sex?
You said no. I'm just confused why you said.
Like, can you answer that question? If you think that an 11-year-old girl can consent to pregnancy, why can't they consent to sex?
But you're saying pro-abortion. You're saying that you're not pro-abortion, but for this circumstance, you are pro-abortion.
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay, so why are you picking and choosing? I feel like you can only be one or the other. Just like you told me yesterday with the ice, I can only be one or the other.
That's not true. I'm not just picking and choosing baselessly. I have two separate categories. For women that can make informed consent about pregnancy, they should be able to make the choice if they want to keep it or not. For girls that cannot make informed consent about choosing to keep a pregnancy, they should not have a say in the matter.
Okay. So at the end of all this, I do still find it gross that you say that my dad should have been aborted for any circumstance. I think that's highly offensive, and I just don't agree with that.
I'm not saying that your dad should be aborted. That's a lie, because we don't know that your dad's mom was an 11-year-old victim of rape.
Okay, then why do I have a clip of you saying that if it was that situation that he should have been aborted?
Because it was a hypothetical in consideration of the assumption that was the case.
But that is still
let me ask you this question. Remember earlier when Parker said if I was a cannibalistic rapist pedophile that I should be in jail for life?
That is still.
No, just answer my question. Do you remember when Parker said that?
No, I'm not going.
Do you remember when Parker said that? Because you're not going to engage in debate because you're scared. Because you're not going to engage in debate because you're scared.
To answer your question.
Because you're not going to engage in debate because you're scared.
Dean, I've been talking to you for an hour.
Because you're not going to engage in debate because you're scared. I'll sum it up for you. Parker did say that if I was a rapist, cannibalistic pedophile, I should spend the rest of my life in jail. But is that Parker actually saying that I should spend the rest of my life in jail? No. Because I'm not actually a rapist, cannibalistic pedophile. In a very similar sense, when you ask me the question, okay, if your dad's mom was an 11-year-old victim of rape that was impregnated, he should have been aborted. That's not me actually saying that your dad should have been aborted, because we don't actually know that your grandma was an 11-year-old victim of rape that was impregnated. It's not that hard to understand. And by the way, I want to allow you to speak, and I don't want to have to mute you, but I absolutely will in order to get a point across when you're just straight up refusing to engage in debate. You can't come up here to try to make a point, and then when I dispute it and prove it wrong, okay, refuse to engage with my counter argumentation. Everything that I'm saying here is incredibly clear, and honestly, this should be an apolitical, bipartisan agreement. I think everybody should agree that point number one, okay, if an 11-year-old victim of rape is impregnated, they should have access to abortion. And point number two, because 11-year-old girls cannot make decisions about sex or pregnancy with informed consent, the state should not allow that 11-year-old girl to engage in sex, i.e. if an 11-year-old girl does engage in sex, they are a victim of rape, and the state should not allow that 11-year-old girl to engage in continued pregnancy because they do not have sufficient mental faculties required in order to make a decision with informed consent on the matter, and they should get an abortion.
Okay, I am fine to put the correct context on there, but I still feel like I put the correct content because even though it was hypothetical, it still applies because we do not know, Dean. So let's say she was an 11-year-old, because that is possible. I still am hurt that you say that he should have been aborted. And so I still just find that very offensive. And so, yes, I felt the need to post about it. And I don't know why on my own page I can't post about what you said.
Well, because it's illegal.
To say what you said about my dad?
No, to lie about what I said about your dad is illegal. Yeah, it is.
Did you say that he should have been aborted?
I did not say that your dad actually should have been aborted, no.
You didn't say that he should have been aborted in that circumstance.
Oh, yeah, I did say in that circumstance, but we don't know that that circumstance is true.
Okay, but we talked about the circumstance.
Yeah, but in your post, you don't talk about the circumstance, which is what makes it defamatory.
Okay. So if I took down that post and I added exactly what you said, which I still find absolutely disgusting, that's fine.
Yeah, that's legally fine. I couldn't sue you for defamation.
Okay. But you don't find that disgusting at all?
No.
Okay.
I actually find your view that 11-year-old girls should have to maintain that pregnancy to be disgusting. I think that's
not
putrid.
what I said. That's not what I said. So don't claim that I said that when that's not what I said.
Yesterday, we were arguing about how you don't hold an exception for rape victims. So that is what you said.
You are talking about this circumstance where I said
that is what you said.
Why are you trying to make the choice for her? Because what if she wanted to keep the child? What if she wanted to keep the child? You don't know, Dean.
Okay,
you don't know.
Here's an analogy to help you understand. Do you think that 11-year-old girls can make the choice to have sex?
No, I do not.
I agree. Why?
Because they're a child.
Okay. So I don't think that an 11-year-old girl can make the choice to maintain a pregnancy because they're a child.
But I'm just saying, I feel like if that part already happened, then you have to come to reality with what is going on. And if she says, yes, I did not understand what this was or what was going on, I still want to keep the child and I want to learn and I want to be a mother, even though the unfortunate circumstances. I'm not saying that everybody is going to choose that.
An 11-year-old girl saying, I want to keep the pregnancy because I want to be a mother is no different than an 11-year-old girl saying, I want to have sex with Justin Bieber because I see him on the TV and he's attractive. Clearly, when an 11-year-old girl says, I want to have sex with Justin Bieber because I see him on the TV and he's attractive, that 11-year-old girl doesn't truly know what she's talking about. That 11-year-old girl has no fucking clue what she's saying. Okay, she's just probably heard the word sex before at fucking elementary or middle school. And, you know, all the other girls in the school have a crush on JB. So, like, when a child says that, like, they're not, like, actually communicating that they want to have sex. Because they don't know what sex is. All right? That's just something they're saying because adults say it. It doesn't actually communicate this reliable sentiment concluded with informed consent that would amount to a legitimate claim that if she were to have sex with Justin Bieber, she wouldn't be a victim of rape. No! If JB had sex with a 12-year-old that said they wanted to have sex with him, he'd be a child rapist. Because when an 11-year-old says that, they don't know what the fuck they're saying. Very similarly, if an 11-year-old girl was impregnated and said, well, I want to keep this pregnancy, I want to be a mother, okay, they're not actually communicating that they desire to be pregnant and they want to be a mom because they don't know what that entails. They don't know what that's like. You know, the only thing they know about pregnancy at that point is maybe if their mom had a second kid 5 years after they were born, what they kind of saw their mom go through and what their mom decided to share with them. But they can't make an informed decision to maintain that pregnancy and to become a mom because they're 11.
Dean, we don't know the circumstance. You're automatically assuming that in that circumstance, the man would be 40 years old. Like, we don't know the circumstance, and comparing that to Justin Bieber isn't adding up to me. I'm not saying that you're wrong, that you're saying something like that is disgusting. I agree with you that something like that is disgusting. But I'm talking about the fact that you said that my dad should have been aborted. That's the part that I'm talking about. Again, I am fine to take down the video if that
I don't care if the father's 11
or anything like that.
It doesn't matter if the father of this impregnated 11-year-old girl is an 11-year-old boy. There's literally no difference insofar as the level of informed consent that 11-year-old would possess in wanting to continue that pregnancy. Oftentimes, adults will make decisions for young children because the young children can't make decisions for themselves. If an 11-year-old girl says, I don't want to go to school, all right, well, she can't make that choice because school is what is good for her. She just doesn't know it because she's 11. If an 11-year-old girl says, I want to have sex with this man, okay, well, she can't make that choice because not having sex is what's good for her. She just doesn't know it because she's a kid. If an 11-year-old girl says, I want to get a tattoo, pierce my ears, wear a crop top, and drive a car to a club on Friday night, okay, they can't make that choice because those things aren't good for the 11-year-old girl. She just doesn't know it yet. Similarly, if an 11-year-old girl's impregnated by rape and says, I want to keep this pregnancy and be a mommy because the toys that I play with are really cute, all right, she can't make that choice for herself because it's not good for her. She just doesn't know it yet.
Okay, then why legally can an 11-year-old have a baby and care for a baby and have
because
the parental
because the
rights?
law is wrong.
So out of everybody who has voted for this and all of that, and it leaned towards that way, you're still saying that it's wrong, even though majority of the party voted this way.
This is like saying that like women who reported rape and marriage prior to 1980 were crazy because, well, why did the law say women that were married couldn't get raped? The law has always been wrong and incredibly perverse and harmful to women and girls, okay? This law that allows an 11-year-old girl to choose to maintain a pregnancy is no different than laws that prevented women from reporting rape and marriage, no different than laws that prevented women from voting, no different from laws in which don't allow women that are pregnant, that are adults, to start paid marital leave until the day the child is born, okay? We see a system of laws that have been very damaging to women and girls because laws about women and girls have always been an afterthought of the men in power, okay? And in the fact that there are laws that allow 11-year-old girls to go through a pregnancy and give birth just shows that the men in power didn't really think it through because they don't care, because that could never happen to their little boy. That could have never happened to them when they were 11 because they don't have a uterus.
So if, okay, so you're saying if an 11-year, okay, let's say the boy was also 11 and the girl decides to keep it. Let's just say that, right? She somehow is processing, yes, I want to keep this baby. The 11-year-old boy has no effect. There's no emotional effect, no nothing like that on the 11-year-old boy. Like, boys shouldn't have a say. Like, is that what you're saying?
Yes!
No, I'm not talking about the abortion part. I'm saying, like, the emotional standpoint. Does it not affect them emotionally? I'm not saying the boy decide whether she gets an abortion or not.
What are you asking me?
If it will have an emotional toll on the male as well.
Of what had an emotional toll?
If the 11-year-old got pregnant, he is also 11.
Okay, so the 11...
Because
so what are you
you-
asking me? About the 11-year-old boy that impregnated the 11-year-old girl, what about him?
Would he not have an emotional toll also whenever she got pregnant? Would that not do anything? Because you're saying...
I would assume so.
Nothing would happen to their little boy or something like that. But isn't it
I would
doesn't it
assume
also
that
include
would
them as
cause some
well?
type of emotional impact on the 11-year-old boy.
Right. So it can also affect their son as well.
But that's when the patriarchy tells that 11-year-old boy that it's time for him to be a man and to be a husband, to be a father, because that's what God wants him to be, because God made that 11-year-old girl pregnant. That's a patriarchy, dude. That's how it is, man. It is so gross. It is so fucking gross.
I personally didn't say that. I was talking about if it had an emotional toll on him. I didn't personally say that, but.
Do you agree that if an 11-year-old girl can't consent to sex, then an 11-year-old girl can't consent to pregnancy?
Can't consent to pregnancy, like can't consent to, like essentially her getting pregnant during that.
Yeah.
No, I don't believe that she can consent to that.
Okay. If an 11-year-old girl can't consent to pregnancy, then the 11-year-old girl can't consent to staying pregnant.
Okay. But so she can't consent to it.
Or childbirth. An 11-year-old girl can't consent to childbirth.
Okay. But once she is pregnant, again, I just feel like if you are in that circumstance, then reality hits you and you go, I have to, like, I am pregnant, so I need to take care, like, of this child. And I'm not saying that they should be forced to
But
take
that
care of this
decision can't be
child.
made with informed consent.
I don't believe
Because they don't know what that means.
I don't believe that they should just have to give birth to the child and then raise it themselves. I believe that we need a better system and different things like that.
See,
Like,
do you think that children can consent to child torture?
do I think that children can consent to child torture?
Yeah.
To somebody else torturing them?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. So the definition of torture is the infliction of severe physical or mental pain or suffering on a person. Can we agree that a pregnancy for an 11-year-old girl would be in childbirth would be severe physical and or mental pain and suffering on a person?
Sure.
Okay. So then a pregnancy for an 11-year-old girl would be torture. And you just accepted that children can't consent to child torture, therefore an 11-year-old girl cannot consent to pregnancy, the continuation of pregnancy, and childbirth. So now that we've both agreed here that children can't consent to pregnancy, well then clearly they wouldn't have any say in the decision on if they were to get an abortion, which is exactly why I think, okay, if a little girl is raped, what do? You take her to the hospital, you do everything that the law requires, like a rape kit and whatnot, but you also give them a plan B if it's the same day, and if it's not, an abortion pill, and if it's later in term, you take her in for the procedure.
Okay.
All right, that's just a part of the legal process that I think should be implemented for when a little girl is raped. That's just what should happen. Okay, even if like if they haven't started their period yet, give them the plan B just in case. If they're and then if it's been like a couple weeks since the pregnancy has continued to develop, you check for the pregnancy. If you identify one, the law requires them to be given an abortion pill.
Mm-hmm. So, do you think the abortion would have any toll on the 11-year-old? Because we're talking about like the toll of birth and stuff like that.
Yes, the whole process would have a toll on the 11-year-old.
Yes, but let's say
the whole process would. Yes.
Okay, let's say you change my mind and I'm like, Dean, you know what? You're right. I feel like they should be able to have access to an abortion and all of that stuff. Let's say I were to agree with you on that and you change my mind. How am I supposed to feel okay though about them still going through the process of the abortion and the mental toll and the physical toll? I'm not saying I'm not trying to.
You're not supposed to feel okay with it because no 11-year-old girl is supposed to have to get a rape kit. No 11-year-old girl is supposed to have to get a plan B. No 11-year-old girl is supposed to have to get a. I'm not okay with any of this. Okay.
You know, Dean, she is telling us that we're supposed to be okay with the 11-year-old incurring the physical, psychological risk of going through the pregnancy. Because you're saying that they should be forced to go through it, right?
Yeah. No one is saying this is let me clarify before the mic is passed back to you so you could respond to Parker. I am not saying that I'm okay with an 11-year-old getting an abortion. What I'm saying is that is the best possible outcome after a rapist rapes an 11-year-old girl. And that's exactly why child rape is one of the most despicable, morally wrong things a human could do to a child. Because it's not just the act of getting raped in of itself, but it is the trauma that will then follow them for the rest of their life, including the trauma that would be induced from the very best possible outcome following the rape, which would be an abortion if they were impregnated. That is something that no child should ever have to experience, and it is absolutely the rapist's fault that they do have to experience it. But as soon as we start advocating for the notion that they should have to go through that pregnancy, that they should have to give birth, then it's not just the rapist's fault, it's also yours, because you voted for the legislation that took this already intensively traumatic event and somehow made it worse.
Okay, can I respond now? Yeah. Okay, so I again am not promoting that I feel like 11-year-old girls should be raped. I'm not saying that. I find that disgusting. I'm specifically talking about the pregnancy and what comes with it because reality does hit you. And to me, because I feel like that is taking another person's life, that's where it matters to me. And let's say, okay, so again, let's say you change my mind and I'm like, Dean, you are right. They should be able to have access to the abortion, stuff like that, or should go get an abortion. How am I supposed to be okay with knowing that that is still going to inflict pain on them and stuff like that? Because if we're talking about the pain level, right, childbirth, the pain of that, stuff like that, how am I supposed to be okay with the turnaround of her being in pain during the abortion?
You're not supposed to be okay with it. You just have to realize that it is the lowest level of trauma that is available.
The lowest level of trauma available. Okay. So you feel like going through the abortion, losing a baby, stuff like that, is less traumatizing than having the baby. Let's say you have a support system, all of that stuff. You think it's less traumatizing?
In the same way I think the sky's blue.
Okay.
And I think everybody, and I mean everybody, should be able to agree.
Okay. But I again, if
Parker,
that...
did you have any thoughts that you wanted to add on? I just feel like I've been talking a lot. I don't want to make you feel like you don't have the ability to say anything.
No more, honestly, just that, like, I don't understand how, and also, by the way, like, you're acting like you care about children right now when you literally supported Trump and still support him, and he's preventing the release of the Epstein files, even though he's legally obligated to release it, called Marjorie Taylor Greene a traitor for wanting to release those files. So I wonder how you say that you protect children while simultaneously supporting the administration that is protecting the predators that assaulted and trafficked children.
I do not support Trump, and I've claimed that multiple times on my page. I think I've used one of his sounds before, but I just spoke with Dean yesterday and told him that I no longer support Trump. I think the things that he has done is disgusting. So.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that you don't support Trump. Like, for example, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I couldn't give you that answer right now.
So you just, like, wouldn't vote?
I'm not saying that I wouldn't vote. I think voting is really important. I just probably would want to look more into what each side is saying. Because I think politics are constantly changing. So
I don't know how you say that and then simultaneously say that you destroyed Dean. Like, wasn't that the whole video that you made?
The video where I said I beat Dean in a debate?
Yeah, like, you don't even support Trump.
Right, I'm talking about whenever we were on debate together and he started stuttering, and it wasn't like...
Because he has a stutter?
I have a speech impediment?
No, it was not that. It was you
Then it
talking
wasn't a
about a
stutter.
woman and a woman in the Bible. I'm specifically, like, first off...
So I misspoke one word? Bro, oh God, you destroyed me. Oh, man. Her mic's not muted. She's just not talking. Because she realizes how dumb as fuck that was to say.
I'm letting you finish giggling. Is what
I'm done giggling.
Alright, you're done? Okay. So you're upset about the video about me talking about you saying that my dad should have been aborted and stuff like that. And if you're so offended about that, then sure, yes, I will take it down for you. But I just want you to know that is seriously highly offensive that you think that.
Well,
in that circumstance.
I mean, I took a look at that comment section. Looks like everybody has done their job well and has clowned the shit out of you for that post. Now that the comment section has clowned the shit out of you, feel free to leave it up as a stain of your own incompetence.
Well, you threatened to sue me over it without even.
Yeah, I still could. I still could. But I mean, now that everybody in the comment section is like, hey, this lady's an idiot. Now I don't care.
Right. Okay.
So if you just want to bathe in your own idiocracy, that now no one will believe because the comment section is calling you out, feel free to leave it up.
Okay. I'm glad that you're running my page, Dean. I mean, I should hire you at this point. I mean, this is great.
Was that supposed to be an Owen? Bro literally has 5.6 million followers here on TikTok. Like,
wow,
what?
Followers. Wow. Like, why are you comparing followers as if that's
like he's giving you advice on how to run your platform? Actually, like, people would pay for that. You know that, right?
I don't see Dean out on the streets making a difference. I see him sitting.
Wait, what does that even mean? When you say on the streets making a difference, bro has almost 18,000 people here. Wait, stop for 1 second. Bro has 18,000 people here on TikTok, probably has 5,000 people on YouTube, and you think he's not making a difference? What the fuck are you talking about? What are you saying? Also, by the way, you stopped being a Trump supporter due to his lives. What are you talking about?
Due to his lives? That's why I stopped being a Trump supporter? Due to Dean? No.
Yes.
That is not where I got my information
You came on his live, you supported Trump when you came on, and then now you don't support Trump.
That had nothing to do with Dean's live.
Really? You don't think that hearing this information changed your mind at all?
No. Yeah, standing on a chair at a King's protest one time does
thousands,
nothing.
Wait, but you said that I hadn't gone outside.
But no, I said I don't see you out on the streets talking to people and
He's
making
literally
different-
showing you a video of him doing that right now. Wait, plus
standing up,
there are
okay,
videos of
live
us on YouTube. There are videos of us on YouTube debating people in person, including the one he's showing you right now.
You trying to debate Charlie Kirk by screaming? That's not doing anything.
But you just
That's
said that
not
you didn't
doing
see any
anything.
videos of me like standing outside talking to people.
Right? Are
Wait,
you talking
Dean, just go
or
to
are
the
you
YouTube. Go to your
screaming?
YouTube, Dean, and show her the videos of you debating people in person.
Fine, I don't even need to go to the YouTube. I can just stay on the TikTok.
So are you arguing
Yeah,
that the
that-
Holocaust
there.
was perfectly good?
Absolutely.
Do you think that a woman's right to vote should be up to the state?
Yeah.
What should the age of consent be?
I don't know. Like what is that?
You know, fun fact, this is your friend Hazel right there, right?
Yeah, outside of the Turning Point USA event.
Yeah, so you're saying that you know I haven't gone outside and talked to people, yet
No, I said
simultaneously
I don't
I've also literally
see
gone
you.
outside and personally talked to one of
That
your
I don't
friends on the
see you
ground.
outside talking to people, and also you're
What do you-
using.
what do you
Turning
see-
Point-
what do you-
you're using-
what are you looking at right
you're
now?
Using, Dean, you are using
Look at that
Turning
right
Point USA's platform to go and talk, and that's not even Hazel right there. That's somebody else.
Oh,
Wait, you mean
God.
we're going outside of a Turning Point USA event and debating them?
All right, now we need to. I guess now we
That's
need
not
to go.
using their platform. That's going outside to debate
If
the
you're
people
looking
going
for
in.
the video with Hazel in it, it's where you debated Taylor Sharp.
What about this?
You've got your niche.
That's like
It's-
saying, like, if someone goes to a liberal rally to debate liberals, like that they're specifically using a liberal rallies, like, to make money or something.
Dean
wait,
Withers-
that's
Not
literally.
Wait,
Dean,
am
oh
I-
my god.
In this video, am I inside or outside?
Where are the people?
Oh, okay. You want to one with people.
I'm voting for Donald Trump.
In this video, am I outside debating
Yeah,
somebody?
when was that video taken?
This was taken from the election.
Yeah, so
Oh, you want something more
a
recent?
year ago.
Okay, how about I give you something from 2 weeks ago?
Okay.
People are crying at ICE for doing their job.
Yeah, are you outside talking with people? Or are you debating one person in a room? Just
What?
like you're doing. Just like you're doing.
Okay, I don't understand. You don't have to be outside in order to be making an influence or be doing something
I
that
never
impacts
said that he-
people.
I never
like
said that he
it is
wasn't
like okay,
making
stop
an
for a second. Stop
influence.
for a second because I have to go here in a second. I just want to say this. To go to the literal largest liberal influencer content creator in our generation and to literally say that they're not making a difference with the stuff that they're doing is just fucking ridiculously stupid. I'm sorry. What do you think that he's doing? He's obviously influencing millions of people, tens of millions of people. You are just denying reality. That makes literally no sense to say that. You can say you disagree with his influence or you think his influence is bad because you disagree with him ideologically.
True.
But you cannot say that he doesn't influence people. That's just
True.
literally objectively denying reality. That's the most
True.
ridiculous thing to say. That's like for me to say, "Oh, Charlie Kirk had no influence." Like what?
True.
Are you
True.
serious? That is literally
True.
what you're saying right now. To say
True,
Charlie
Snoop.
Kirk had no impact would be to say the same thing you're saying right now when you say Dean Withers has no impact when he literally gets tens of millions of views on every single platform every single month and he's been doing so for multiple years at this point. What are you
No.
talking about? All right, now I got to go.
Fucking Parker, you gotta go. I appreciate you for coming up. You're gonna have to hear
All right,
this next
appreciate
part
you.
because this next part's gonna be really embarrassing.
Oh wait. Here, I'll stay to listen.
Hey, Just Start USA. I just looked through every single post on your account. There is not a single post of you being outside talking to somebody. You are a
I
fucking
never
hypocrite.
claimed that. I
You're
never
a
claimed that, did I?
goddamn
I didn't. I
hypocrite.
didn't claim that, did I?
Are you trying to build a social media page predicated
Did I
on
claim
sharing
that
and
I went
exchanging your
outside
political
and
beliefs?
I talked to people. Did I claim that?
Well,
And
what you
also,
claimed is
there's
that
a
I am influencing no outcomes because apparently I don't go outside and talk to people. Therefore, you are wasting your time and you self-admittedly will never have and currently do not have even a single shred of influence over American politics because there's not a single video anywhere on your social media accounts of you going outside and talking to people.
So can
That
you
was it,
please-
Parker. I appreciate you for coming.
Yeah,
Can
so
you
why
give
even
me
make
the
your
part-
content? You're doing nothing.
Can you give
All
me
right,
the
bye-bye.
part
I
where?
appreciate you for coming up.
Can
You know,
you
actually,
give
that's a
me
good
the
question.
part-
Can you answer this question? Why do you even make content? You're literally doing nothing. Like, what's the point of your
Why do I make
social media?
content?
Yeah, because it achieves nothing.
It achieves nothing.
Yeah, because you don't go outside and talk to people.
Right. So TikTok can be a job. I don't know if you've ever heard of that.
See how like hypocritical this is?
No, it's not hypocritical. I never claimed that I went outside and spoke to people. Please give me that
When
quote
did
where I claimed that I went outside
when
and
did
spoke to
I
people.
claim
I
that
am not.
prior
I
to
am
you
not.
making the
I am
statement that I
not
don't do
going.
anything because I don't
I
go
am
outside and
not
talk to
going to
people?
keep going in circles with you just like yesterday, Dean. I just proved my point
'Cause
that
you
I
get
never
cooked.
claimed that.
When did I
never
claim it?
claimed
When did
that.
I claim it?
Claim what?
Claim that I went outside and talked to people prior to you making the allegation that I didn't.
You
Ooh.
never did, but once I stated it, you did.
So
Once
you're
I stated
arguing,
the
even though I never
obvious.
made that claim prior to you making the statement that it's something I didn't do. Okay, that
I think
okay.
you
Well, therefore,
posted it.
so therefore,
You
in accordance
posted
with
it.
in accordance with your own argumentation, okay, you do nothing for society, even though you never claimed you went outside and spoke with people, because you claimed that I did nothing for society because I didn't have any videos
I
on my
said
page
you
speaking
did
to
nothing for
people.
society. I said you did nothing for society. Those are the exact words that came out of my mouth.
Yeah, no impact of what I do. Yeah, because I
No,
don't
is
go
that
outside
the
and talk to
exact?
people.
Is that the exact words that came out of my
It was
mouth?
the exact sentiment that
Wait,
came out
no,
of
no,
your
no.
mouth.
We have to say the exact words, right?
Why?
Isn't that what you're all about? Or else
Yeah,
you can sue.
I'm all up.
Or else you can
No.
sue.
Oh my God, what can you sue me over?
You claiming that I said something that I didn't, Dean.
Okay, how and why would you be able to sue me over that? What are the requirements for a defamation lawsuit?
The three things that you just named
Which are
to
they?
me.
What are they?
Yeah, cause I totally know those
Oh,
off the top
okay,
of my
got
head
it,
right now.
got it,
Because I've been live for the past
got
2
it.
hours.
But
thanking people on
by the
Venmo.
way, you wouldn't be able to like allege a defamation lawsuit over me claiming that that's what you said, due to the fact that one of the criteria would be a misrepresentation of the truth with malicious intent, and you have not met that criteria due to the fact that I merely reiterated the sentiment in which you shared. So due to the reiteration of the sentiment with different words, it would be ruled as trivially true.
That's not in a malicious way of you trying
Okay,
to flip what I was
well,
saying.
what I said was it was
Of you
trivially
trying to
true.
flip what I was saying on a
Not if
debate.
it was communicating the same
No,
sentiment.
that
It's
is
still
malicious.
true.
It
Okay,
is.
somebody's mad. You could cry and whine. It's okay.
I can cry and whine. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm crying over Dean Withers. Yeah.
I mean, I bet you're crying knowing you'll never have my level of influence.
Oh yes, I'm so.
I see that you're trying. It's just you're not gonna listen. You're never gonna be able to get to this level for a couple of reasons. The first reason is that it's just not for you. All right. If you want to go into politics and political debate, but then when you lose a political debate, turn around and defame the person that you lost to, this is just not for you. All right, I'm going to be honest. Now, the second reason why you will never be able to attain this level of influence is because of what you advocate for. People are done with the whole dancing for murderers thing. People are done with the whole let's force 11-year-old girls to stay pregnant and let's call people crazy for suggesting that they can't make informed decisions about pregnancy. You know? Like, people are done with the whole making a fool out of yourself and arguing that being a true patriot means supporting the downfall of this country. It's just not going to get you anywhere. All right? That's why when you look at your pinned videos, they're all filled with comment sections of hate calling you
But it's
out.
a good thing, Dean, that I'm not worried about what you think. And at the end of the day, Dean,
Then why are you here?
all I truly,
Then why are you here?
because I'm getting messages that you're threatening to sue me.
Oh, so
and
you
then
are
now
worried
you're-
about what I
and
think?
then now.
So
you're
you are
telling me
worried
to
about
keep
what
the
I think,
video
in case
up.
I think that I want to sue you?
Dean, go ahead. Go ahead. Like, really.
That's crazy.
What I
Well,
hope out of
I mean, actually, I don't need to because you took down the video.
because you told me to, Dean.
Oh, good.
What,
Well,
like-
yeah, then you don't
like-
have to worry about getting sued because you're
I'm
no
not
longer
worried
doing
about it.
anything illegal.
But also, Dean, what I truly hope out of all of this is I feel
Oh,
like
boy.
I've tried to be respectful
Yeah.
to you in messages, especially because I'm not stupid. I know why you messaged me 10 minutes before. You already had my TikTok pulled up. I'm not stupid. I know Dean Withers' mind games. I'm not dumb. But what I hope out of this truly is that you truly find something that fulfills your heart, because I know that there is still that emptiness. And I
Yeah.
just truly hope that the hatred that comes
Yeah.
out of your mouth gets fulfilled.
I tricked you
truly
so
hope.
hard you changed professions from political debater to psychoanalyst. At least you know that the whole political debate thing wasn't for you.
Yeah, because you totally make up my life, Dean. You totally make up my life. You sit here on TikTok live. I hope that you find something that fulfills your heart, truly.
Well, what fulfills my heart is making the material conditions of humans better. right? Like
Yeah, 'cause
advocating for a
you're
UBI.
clearly doing that.
Oh, well, I could give you an example. In fact, a minor got raped, okay, and impregnated, and by sharing my live stream with her parents, convinced her parents, who previously did not allow her to get an abortion, to then go and get an abortion. I saved a child from child torture. That is
Okay.
fulfilling.
And how
That
do
is
you know
very
that nobody
fulfilling.
else? How do you know that nobody else is doing that?
Well, I mean, there are other people doing that. Being
Right.
fulfilled doesn't mean being the sole proprietor of ingenuity to make the human experience better. That's what working as a collective means. In fact, the part that I'm not working alone, but rather as a part of a collective, is what fulfills me even more.
So why are you claiming that because you have more followers and all this stuff that nobody else is making a difference? Like,
Well,
just
obviously,
because
so I
just
never,
because you have
I claim that in
5.6
accordance with your own
million,
logic, you're not making a
just
difference.
because you have 5.6 million and somebody else has less than you doesn't mean that they're not making a difference and that their social media is doing nothing.
Well, what I will say is that you happen to not be making a difference because your account's just rage bait. Dancing for murderers, posting about how Dean is an asshole, lying and defaming him. Okay, whatever. You're not making a difference.
So-
You're a
so you
locale.
haven't
You're a
seen-
locale. But what I will say is that you're misrepresenting that whole conversation again. So I never claimed, okay, that you're not making a difference because you have less followers than me. I claimed that you're not making a difference in accordance with the logic that you shared against me. You came out swinging after that last debate that we had that ended moments ago by saying, "Oh, Dean, well, because you never go outside and debate people, you're not doing anything real." All right. So, we talked it through. I gave you a bunch of examples of me actually going outside and talking to people. You denied them all because you were coping. Parker brought up the fact, well, that, I have a lot of influence. Clearly, regardless if you agree or disagree with my influence, I'm still influencing outcomes. Okay, I'd say the same thing about Nick Fuentes and Charlie Kirk. They had a lot of influence, regardless of the fact that I know they were and are doing bad things. They are still yet influencing people. All right, that's just an undeniable fact because of the size of their platforms. Okay, but then I took a look at your TikTok account and I realized that you don't have a single video posted about you going outside and talking to somebody. Therefore, in accordance with your own logic, you're wasting your time by posting short form content on TikTok and Instagram because you're not making a difference, and you could never be making a difference with your current social media strategy.
Okay, so you haven't seen the videos of me with a mic outside talking about abortion and other things like that. You didn't take a look at those videos?
They're certainly not posted on your social media.
Oh, of me outside with a mic, somebody recording me talking about abortion. That's
Yeah,
not
where are
on
they?
my
I don't see them anywhere.
Yeah, so
Where are they?
if you go down, and it's me in a Jesus is King shirt, a green shirt, talking about how abortion is not just about a choice, it's also about a human life. So I do have videos of me proactively talking. It's not just videos of me dancing. Sorry if you missed that, but it is on my page.
Oh, okay. In this video, you're talking to your dad?
Nope, there's other ones too.
Oh,
but sure, you can watch that one.
But
Yeah, if you
I
would like.
did pull up a video of you like interviewing your dad.
Yeah, I did.
Okay, I'm not gonna punch down that hard. I no comment.
Yeah.
Was there anything else that you wanted
No,
to constructively debate, or should I move on?
No, you can go ahead and move on. I just think next time before you threaten to sue somebody,
great.
probably talk to him.
I mean, listen, I definitely will threaten to sue people who defame me.
Okay.
That's fair. Can you say that's unfair? Like, you can't say
No,
that's unfair.
I believe that the way that you went about it was very immature and incorrect. I don't think going on live because you have 17,000 people that you think are going to hype you up about it. Like, I think that's so immature the way that you're going about it personally.
Okay. Cope?
What?
The way to avoid my quote-unquote immature reaction would just be to not defame me in the first place, for future reference.
Okay, then maybe don't say that my dad should have been aborted in that circumstance.
No, I'll say that again. I think that in all circumstances of pregnant 11-year-old girls,
And
the state
that's
should force them to
disgusting.
get an abortion. Like, I'm sorry, right? Like, that's a based-ass belief. They cannot make informed consent to pregnancy. Therefore, they should not be able to quote-unquote choose to continue the pregnancy, right? Like that's even like incoherent. Saying that 11-year-old should be able to choose if they want an abortion. That statement in of itself doesn't make sense. because they can't make that choice because they don't have informed consent to back it. But she's gone. All right, she got pretty angry there. Welcome in USA Debates. Do you support Trump?
No, sir. I just wanted to tell you, come support, and tell you that you're the one who inspired me.
Hey, hell yeah, man!
You're the one.
Love it.
I've been watching you for almost a year now. You inspired me. You showed me how disgusting Trump really is.
I love
and the part that he wants to depict Jesus Christ is fucking horrible.
Love it. Hey, listen.
And he like watching little girls undressed too, bro.
Well, listen, I love it, bro. Thank you so much for doing what you do. We need more country boys that are outspoken about being anti-Trump. I will ask for everybody who's inside of the queue to please only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, because we are just looking for some debates. Please and thank you. Please and thank you. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. By the way, I have a shit ton of people to thank on Venmo and PayPal, because we had that last guest up for quite a while, and we were just going back and forth, and I wasn't thanking anybody who supported the show. So first and foremost, I really do appreciate you guys. I'm going to break it up into like a couple of different segments. Because it's honestly a bit. It's honestly a bit. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. I got a little bit personal with her there towards the end. I launched some pretty nasty personal insults. I try not to do that. But it was warranted because I was just giving her what she was giving me. But I still try not to. Maybe I got a little bit too personal. Welcome in, Harrison. Do you support Trump?
Yeah,
How
I'm
old are you?
Israeli.
Okay, I think
I'm
you're
18.
trolling. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box, folks. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. We have a couple people to thank here on Super Chat. Thank you, Randy, for the $50. Thank you so much, Randy. That's coming over on Super Chat. That is RANDI. Let's get 500 Randy W's down below. Seriously, I really fucking appreciate you so much. Let's get 500 Randy W's. Thank you so much for the love and support, Randy. Same thing to Fallon. I appreciate you for the $10. Thank you so much, Fallon. And Dawn, thank you for the $10 as well, who says that last guest seriously thinks that a 9-year-old half-grown child should be forced to go through pregnancy and birth. Disgusting. That's my take. It is fucking disgusting. Welcome in, Mo. Do you support Trump?
May I speak now?
What's that?
May I speak now?
Are you a Trump supporter?
No.
Okay.
I'm your supporter.
Oh,
Wherever
thank
you stay, in your age.
Oh, wait! It's Mo again! You're from yesterday!
Yeah.
Yes, Mo!
In my age. And
Yes!
believe me and everything. I was like, I cannot stop
Hey.
respecting you.
Hey, listen, Mo. All the love in the world to you. I'm just looking to debate some Trump supporters, so I'm going to remove you. But, Mo, you know it. You know it, Mo. You got a very special place in my heart. You got a very special place in my heart, Mo. Shout out to Mo, all right? Shout out to Mo. She's chill as hell. Venmo, thank you, Evan, for the $10, who says, what's up? Wanted to say that watching you learn and grow through all of your instruments is amazing. I've been playing violin for 10 years. Study everything music. You're doing a great job. Keep it up. Thank you, Evan. Welcome in, Cameron. Do you support Trump?
How you doing, BD?
Cameron, you like literally sound as if you're on the opposite side of the house from the mic. Well, it doesn't matter because Cameron's gone. We got Richard loading up. Richard, do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
All right, your mic is muffled.
Oh, my bad.
All right, Richard. Give me one moment. I got to thank a couple people here, then I'll pass the mic to you. Cole, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. Cassandra, thank you for the 2. Natalie, thank you for the 2. And Cassandra with another 2. Thank you, you guys. And Emily, thank you for the $20. Who says, thank you for fighting to change minds, especially on women's healthcare and rights. This girl mom is so proud of you. Thank you, Emily. Let's get 200 Emily W's. Same thing to you, Aaron. Thank you for the $15. By the way, Aaron, I'm not going to read your message out loud because I don't get people to get the wrong impression, but that is essentially exactly what she was saying to me. Tacey, thank you for the $5, and Samantha, thank you for the $5, and Sarah, thank you for the $10 as well. I appreciate you, Sarah. And then Kirsten, thank you for the 5, and Liz, thank you so much for the $40 donation on Venmo. Liz, you are awesome. Let's get 400 W's for Liz. Thank you for the love and support. Liz with a 40 says, I have mad respect for how much patience you have. As a woman, this debate over abortion fills me with nothing but pure rage. Yeah, man, especially that last one. That was rage-inducing for sure. Thank you for the $40, Liz. Lindsay, thank you for the 15, who says somebody should inform KP that victims of CSA average puberty onset around 8 to 12 months prior to their non-victim peers. Yeah, Lindsay, thank you for the $15. That was about KP. She was in here around an hour ago. Thank you. Patsy, thank you so much for the $50 donation. And AC, thank you for that sports car. Dude, Patsy, holy shit, that's a very kind dono. Thank you for the $50. Patsy with the $50 says, hey, Dean, wanted to share my celebration with you. I recently got recognized by the Texas Education Agency and will be receiving a stipend for the next 5 years. Thank you to the Teachers Incentive Allotment. Any who keep voicing changing minds and educating. Love you, Patsy. That is awesome. I'm so very proud of you. Thank you for the $50. You know I love you. You are always tuning in. Show some love to Patsy down below in the chat. That's very exciting. Same thing to you, Tamar. Thank you for the $35. Who says, Dean, you always say that you don't deserve the donos, but you do. You said, quote unquote, the truth isn't afraid of scrutiny. A bar. Love you, mean it. I love you too, Tamar. Thank you for the kind words and the $35. And I hope that you're still here so you could hear this, but I do know that dono came in about an hour ago. And then Ivy, this was from 57 minutes ago. Thank you for the $12. We are all caught up over there on Venmo. I appreciate you guys for the love and support. On PayPal, thank you, Addie, for the $20, saying that the last guest was speaking bullshit on God, Addie. That is ADDY. Show some love to Addie. Isabella, thank you for the $15, who says keep up the good work. Thank you, Isabella. And Gary, thank you for the $10. And Addie sent another 15. I appreciate you. Best of luck on that test, Addie. Thank you so much for the $15. And then Tracy, thank you so much for the $51 donation on PayPal. Holy fuck, Tracy. Thank you. Tracy with a 51 says, hey, Dean, love your live debates. Keep up the fab work. You do. Love from Scotland. Well, love to you and love to Scotland. Thank you for supporting me in what we do here. You are awesome. Thank you so very much. Same thing to you, Janaea. Janaea, thank you for the $20, who says, I just wanted to say thank you for what you do and to please stop letting KP up here. She's genuinely the most insufferable guest ever. Yeah, I mean, I didn't even know that was KP until she started to speak because she changed her name, but we probably won't have her up again. Thank you for the $20. To thank just another quick handful of you guys right now. Molly, thank you so much for the $10, who says, sending another dono because I can't believe that she thinks that we should force 9-year-old girls to carry children. Right? Amanda, thank you for the $10. Alex, thank you for the $20, who says that the last guest was fucking enraging me. I'm disgusted by her. No, me too, Alex. I get it. Thank you for the $20. Show some love to Alex down below in that chat for the $20. Same thing to you, Caroline, with the $15, saying that this lady is a disgrace to women. On God, thank you for the $15, Caroline. Dylan with a $5. Carlene with a $5. Fiona with a $5. And then Monavon, thank you for the $23 donation, quote unquote, for the permi ban of that last whiny guest saying that you are evil when she supports Emily is hilarious. Oh, you were talking about KP. Yeah, KP sucked. Thank you for the $23 donation, Monavon. Seriously, thank you so much. Same thing to you, S, L, Thumper, and Hannah. I appreciate you guys for the $5 donos. And then Ellen, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you so much, Ellen. Huge shout out to you. Soraya, thank you for the $10 as well. You says, hey, Dean, thanks for shouting out your mom. Oh, yeah, of course. I'm going to check it. Like I said earlier, I'll check her out myself. And then Lori, thank you so much for the $10, who says, my 14-year-old birth mother should have had the option to abort me. She didn't in 1971. Well, that's probably a really complex conclusion for you to come to, Lori, but I'm happy that you recognize that. And, man, I feel bad for your mom, but I appreciate you for the $10. Kaylee, thank you for the $10 as well. I appreciate you, Kaylee. And then we have 3 more here. The first one is from Bailey. Thank you so much for the $10, who says, I was pregnant at 16, had my son just after my 17th birthday to a 22-year-old man. I love my son. He's almost 10 now. However, 16-year-olds should not be parents, let alone 11-year-olds. Thank you for having this important discussion. Well, thank you, Bailey, for understanding the nuance. Okay? Because I do understand that there is nuance to it, right? But it's still yet a subject that we need to discuss. Alex, thank you so much for the $20 donation on PayPal. Let's get to it, Alex W's, who says, thank you. You said it better than I ever could have. This whole convo absolutely sickens me. The fact that they can't wrap their head around the fact that abortion is the best case scenario in such aberrant situations makes me furious. I know, because what that means is that we're never going to have proper legislation to ensure that child victims of rape have access to the healthcare they need. Thank you for the $20. Then this is the last one for now. Justina, thank you for the $20, Justina. Justina says, this princess has the emotional intelligence and maturity of a Cheeto. Nice job helping her crawl through the correct perspectives. I don't even know if I helped her out here. I bet she left alive believing in exactly what she did while entering in. Yeah, guys, we're all caught up. I really appreciate you guys so much for the love. Like, genuinely, I really appreciate you guys so very much. If you want to support me, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio and TikTok, pin message over on the other place. And right there, Dean Withers without the Ian Withers. Richard, thank you for your patience, first of all. And second of all, if you'd like to take it away and tell us why you support Trump, the mic and the floor are yours.
So the only reason why I support Trump is because My personal opinion, like I said, I don't have anything against your opinion or anything of that nature. Your opinion's your opinion. I respect that. The biggest thing my problem was like the Affordable Care Act with Obama. In my opinion, it was literally the worst thing that could happen. Yes, on paper, it was a great idea. But when they find people for not having health insurance that couldn't afford health insurance, it was more of they're taking money away. And people got mad that Trump got rid of it. Yes, there should have been something that could have been put in place other than just completely abolishing it. But every year when tax time would come, they would take money from you for not having health insurance. It's like, so I can't afford it already, but you're going to take money from me for not having health insurance. Some people tell me that, well, you should just get health insurance then. And it's like, but if you can't afford health insurance and then they're still fining you for not having health insurance, then they're basically just taking your money. That, and then they had proven things of where Obama did put people in chain link fences with tarps over them. Yes, I know that's the past. It's those things of that nature. And like I said, it's a 50-50 thing. Okay. I don't 100% agree with everything Trump does, but in my opinion, it's the best of all evils. In my opinion, if that makes sense.
So to your first point about the affordable health care, imposing the individual mandate, I see the benefits for it, i.e. it influences more people to get health insurance, which in the grand scheme of things will actually, A, keep more people alive, B, extend life expectancies, and C, actually end up saving money for a lot of low-income Americans that don't think they need health insurance because it's really expensive and it'd be a lot of their income even under the ACA. So then they go without it only to be hit with something that they need health insurance for. So then they are stuck in crippling debt for the rest of their life. So those are the motivations for the individual mandate.
Definitely.
But I still personally had an issue with the individual mandate because I think that maybe we should only have an individual mandate if the ACA, although it did helped a little bit more, or we had a public option. But at that point, you wouldn't really need an individual mandate because, well, you have a public option. So I kind of get your contentions there. I do want to, start off by saying that, when it was introduced, that penalty was $95 per adult or at 1% of income. So it was relatively low, but still yet, I understand why you wouldn't like that. I would argue that Donald Trump actually ending the ACA subsidy that helped keep the price of Medicaid through the ACA lower for 45 million Americans is a bit of a bigger deal because it's not just a $95 fee per year. It is legitimately exploding the premiums of 45 million working class Americans from $300 a month to $3,000 a month. And I also want to point out here about the individual mandate, you don't have Democrats to blame that on. You have Republicans to blame that on because that was actually put into the bill. I forget, it was either by Ted Cruz or Ron DeSantis to poison it a little bit because the bill is going to pass. They had a supermajority, but they're going to do what they could to make it not as helpful.
I think my biggest issue with the Affordable Care Act, and
keep in mind, we are talking about why you support Trump. The Affordable Care Act was passed under Obama. It's really hard to demonstrate how that would possibly be relevant insofar as why you support Trump today. Even talking about the individual mandate wasn't too relevant. I just still answer to it nonetheless.
Okay.
But why do you support Trump?
I understand. It's one of those things that, like I said, we have our opinions, and I respect your opinion 100%. I really do. Because, like I said, we are all entitled to our opinions, and we are all entitled to what we believe in and what we don't believe in.
I disagree. Personally, I don't think that we're entitled to our opinions because arguing that we're entitled to our opinions regardless of what they are, I think, is just a spit in the face to truth. I think that we should be all humble when faced with the world around us, and we have an obligation to explore it with rationale because I think that the truth is inherently good.
If we're not entitled to our opinions, then why do we vote?
Well, my statement that we're not entitled to false opinions hopefully has nothing to do with why we vote, because what I would say is we have an entitlement to vote, but we also have an entitlement to explore the world around us with rationale and critical thought. I just think it's a good thing to believe in things that are true and a bad thing to believe in things that are false.
Okay. Well, it's like, okay, so going back, everybody talks about, yes, Trump's deporting immigrants, and he does it in a matter that shouldn't be done. I agree with that. But at the same time, people don't point out the fact of Obama was considered the deporter in chief. He deported more immigrants than any other president in history. And people don't bring that up. People don't bring up the fact that every president deports a certain amount of immigrants every single year.
So are you just saying that you support Trump because you think his mass deportation is a good thing?
Well, my thing is it's a mass deportation, but he still deported way less
Not
than
true. So over the 8 years that Obama was president, Obama deported 3.1 million undocumented immigrants. Meanwhile, Trump today, the first year is up to 1.2, including self-deportations. Secondly, the deportations that we saw under Obama, didn't include illegally deporting 300 Venezuelan immigrants with a no due process to place in El Salvador, where they are literally beaten and tortured. It didn't include ICE agents murdering American citizens in broad daylight to then just be defended by the presidential administration. And it didn't include executive orders to terrorize the country and the Constitution by attempting to unconstitutionally reclassify citizens as undocumented immigrants, okay, to be deported in violation of their 14th Amendment right. And that would, of course, be Executive Order number 14160 from Trump.
But Obama also put people in chain link fences and put tarps over them and said, well, and Biden also said, his quotes were, if they're good enough for
When are we going to debate about Trump? That's because you've been on this live for quite a while. We've been spending a lot of time talking about Obama, no time talking about Trump.
I'm getting into Trump. Trump, at least, is trying to buy warehouses and stuff of that nature to put these people under roofs, actual roofs, then put them in chain link fences with tarps over them.
Okay. So name one positive outcome of Trump's mass deportation on America.
The mass deportation. Okay, so supply and demand. The more people that are in America, see, people complain about gas prices. People complain about food prices. The more people in America, the higher the prices. So you have more homes, you have more supply and demand. You have to have more food. You have to have more gas. You have to have more of everything to provide for these people. So how do you get more things? You have to spend more money. You have to...
Law, feel free to come up, by the way, if you want.
Go ahead. Supply more. So how do you supply more and how do you get more things? You have to go up on prices to be able to get more, correct?
Incorrect.
Incorrect. So how are we going to get more things if there's more people, more mouths to feed?
I'll explain it to you.
Supposed to get more things without having the income, without having the proper funds to get those things.
The reason why you're wrong in suggesting that undocumented immigrants just increase the price of things is because you don't consider the fact that although they do increase demand, they also increase supply. All right? And the equilibrium price of a good is the intersection between the supply and demand curve. So if demand increases a little bit because now they're here and they need things, but the supply increases even more because they're disproportionately more likely to work than US-born citizens, well, they're actually going to have downward pressure on the price of goods. And I could give you an example of this. Undocumented immigrants are disproportionately more likely than natural US-born citizens to actively contribute in the supply side of the housing market. Why? Well, because 1 out of every 7 construction workers is an undocumented immigrant. Yet, undocumented immigrants are disproportionately less likely in comparison to citizens to actively participate in the demand side of the housing market. Why? Because 99% of banks won't give them a loan to buy a house, and like 95% of renters won't rent to them because they don't have an SSN. So, all things considered, they are a downward pressure on the pricing of houses.
But at the same time, we are building more homes. And I've lived out in the countryside for a long period of time. And I've noticed, and this is the thing, like I said, I mean, I'm not over here.
Can you please respond to my economic analysis, please?
I mean, Yeah, what response? Like,
Either a concession, yeah, Dean, you're right. Undocumented immigrants don't necessarily increase prices, and even in some scenarios, they decrease prices, or a counter argument where your objective would be to describe a flaw in my economic analysis that concluded undocumented immigrants have a downward pressure on the pricing of houses.
so, well, I'm talking about, it's more of the, sorry, I'm new to this, and I'm not trying to.
You're good, bro. This is, I mean, this is
I am new to
definitely like.
I'm learning a lot more. I'll be honest with you. I'm learning. I'm in the process of learning, and
I think, can I be honest? I think if you're in the process of learning, like, it's worth investing more time to learn about economics before you attempt to engage in debate about economics. Because I do realize, this is just from my own experience, that when I debate Trump supporters who don't really, like, maybe have too much background knowledge on the subjects that we talk about, that the debates are, like, the worst when they're about the economy. Because that's like an actual field of research.
Well, my problem is when I try to do those things, I don't really have the resources that I really need. Like, I don't know where to go. Like, the people that I'm around, I'm mostly around Trump supporters, if I'm honest. And I know that sounds bad, but it's what I've brought up under. You know, my dad's straight Republican. He won't talk to no one whatsoever unless, and he doesn't listen to what people say and what they do.
You know what's actually a great resource that a lot of people overlook? Public libraries.
Okay.
I know. We don't talk about them anymore. They are a great resource, though.
Definitely.
Public libraries. Because even in public libraries, you know, you're not left in, like, the old west of navigating these things for yourself, because you could actually, like, ask, like, the employees at these public libraries to, you know, show you the section of books specifically about introductory economic concepts, right? And they'll, like, literally point you to books if you just describe to them, you know, hey, you know, I want to start learning about basic economic aspects, you know, maybe something that would be somewhat in tune with, like, an introductory course to economics and, like, a freshman year of college level. And they'll say, okay, thank you. Okay, I appreciate you for that input. And then they'll show you a couple good options. Public libraries are really overlooked, but they're a great place to go.
Okay. My other question, and I know, like I said, I don't have a comeback to the economic thing, and I'll be honest with that. My other question, so I don't know if you, like, seen, like, where there's more homes and things of that nature being built up. Is that because there is a higher population? And then there's also people complaining, you know, about the global issues that we have, like global warming and things of that nature. And it's like, well, we have these subdivisions, like around my area here. They've cleared all these trees out, but then for some reason, a year later, they've done nothing with this property, but they have roadways on these properties. And
that means that it's an active development that's just likely taken a while.
And it's been like 4 years now.
I'm not really, like, tracking it too well. They could have ran out of money. I mean, that happens sometimes.
Okay.
They're stalled because of approval of permits. They submitted original housing plans that they then changed, so now they have to go through the reapproval process of new permits. But listen, man, I appreciate you for coming up here. I'm going to move on to the next guest. I like your energy of wanting to learn, though. So, I mean, keep at it. Take advantage of public libraries. And if you ever want a liberal's opinion, tune into the live.
I will say one thing, you may have definitely changed my mind. Like I said, I never really looked at it as a standpoint of immigrants not being able to actually do a lot of different things. I've just listened to people around me.
Yeah.
And I thank you for the knowledge.
Listen, I think that you are, like, the type of person that I'm trying to outreach to with these lives. Keep tuning in. I think that, you know, you'll definitely be on the right side of history with the open-mindedness you got. But I appreciate you for coming up. You have a good one, okay?
You too as well. Thank you.
Take care. Yeah. That's the kind of person that I want to reach with these live streams. You know, like people that just want to learn more. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
We are Charlie Kirk.
No
we
fucking
carry the flame.
No fucking
We'll
way.
fight for the
I
gospel.
vetted your
We'll
account.
honor his name.
She has
We
posts
are Charlie Kirk.
dating like 2 weeks back
His
about how she's MAGA.
courage our own.
Photos of her fishing.
Together unbroken.
Photos
Dude,
of
I've donated
her-
to you like 20 times.
Dude, you're dedicated to the bit, bro.
I really am.
You're dedicated to the bit. Dude, that's crazy, bruh. That's nuts. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box, folks. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please and thank you. Make sure that you're following the rules. We got that next guest tuning in right now. Horror and Cats, appreciate you for the $10 over on Super Chat. Glad I found you folks, effing inspiring humans. Thank you. I appreciate you so much for that love. And then Jazz, thank you so much for the $20, who says, off topic, students and alumni of HBCU South Carolina State University exercise their rights to get racist rump Ranger Pamela Yvette kicked off from giving her bigotry-filled graduation concernment speech. Go Bulldogs. I love that, Jazz. Thank you for sharing that with me. I appreciate you for the $20 donation. That's right. Go Bulldogs. I love that. Ricky!
Dang.
Rick!
It's been a while, hasn't it, Dang?
Yeah, you still thinking about femboys, Rick?
Oh, I've been... Well, not by my own will. I think it's liberal agenda that's forcing it into my mind, but yes, I have been.
Yeah, you've still been thinking about femboys because that.
But the liberal agenda hasn't gotten to me yet. I'm still a Republican, and
that liberal agenda.
I'm actually calling in from the new T1 that just shipped in.
What's that?
Trump Mobile, baby.
Oh, you're calling in from the Trump Mobile?
Trump Mobile.
Do they even
6Gs.
Do they even let
6Gs.
you? Now, if you go on an incognito tab, does Trump Mobile even let you look up femboys?
Well, on an incognito tab, yeah, but...
See, I asked you that question. It was a little bit of a trick. You just admitted that on your free time, you're going on that incognito femboy searching. On that femboy hunt, aren't you, Rick? Because you'd only know if you tried.
I have a T1.
Oh!
I'm actually in a T1 community.
Okay, so a lot of your friends like those incognito femboys?
Well, you know about the Grindr
and you actually talk to them about the femboys?
Nah, not me personally. I just hear about it.
Rick loves femboys. All right, let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. We got that next guest, Jimmy, loading up in. That's some old lore right there, folks. That goes back a long time. Rose, thank you for the $20 on Super Chat.
Can you big my screen?
No?
Please.
Jimmy, do you support Trump?
No, I don't support anybody, man.
Okay, Jimmy. I don't know what he was trying to show us yet. We're going to go and move on to the next guest. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. We got Claire loading up in. Rose, thank you for the $20, who says, I'm a pro-choice Christian. I think that it's wrong unless it saves the woman or it's because of rape, but I think it's wrong because of how it harmed the woman. Abortion and miscarriage are not murder. Yeah, Rose, listen, I think that it's great that although you think that the action is wrong, you still yet think that everybody should be able to make that decision for themselves. You know, you said that you're pro-choice. I think that's admirable, and I wish that more people think that way. I think that thinking that way is realistically the only path forward, because I don't expect us to live in a world anytime soon where everybody, including all Christians, think that, abortion is permissible. Welcome in, James. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
Okay, well, your mic kind of sucks, so I'm going to have to kick you out, James. Let's go to move on to the next guest. We got Leela loading up in, and James. James, welcome in. How old are you?
Wait, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to get on here. I don't support Trump.
No worries, you take care. Oh, James left. That's unfortunate because I just looked at his account and he made a video calling me sub 5. Super sad. Super unfortunate. Moving on to the next guest, folks. Only hop inside of that queue of your MAGA. Follow the rules, please, and thank you. Holy moly. Holy moly. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. Only hop inside of the queue of your MAGA. Guys, honestly, we're kind of running out of Trump supporters. Hate to say it, but I guess, yeah, the hunt's drying up. Not too many people inside of that queue right now. This is over on Venmo. Katrina, thank you for the $25. Who says, I really enjoy the good faith debates. Would consider hosting a segment of quote unquote, what made you change your mind or something like that. If some listeners could hear more from others like them who allowed themselves to be altered, they might feel more empowered. Yeah, plus it would just be good for like me knowing like at what angles should I use to attempt to change somebody's mind on the subject matter. That's a really good idea, Katrina. Thank you for the $25. Let's get 250 Katrina W's. Same thing to Sakura. Thank you for the $5. And Trish, thank you for the $25. Who says, hey Dean, thank you for you calmly explaining reality to people who seem deeply committed to ignoring it. It's all very appreciated. Thank you, Trish. I hope that you're enjoying today's stream. I appreciate you for your incredibly kind words on top of that $25 donation. Show some love to Trish down below. Same thing to Kelsey. Thank you for the $10. I appreciate you for your kind words in that message as well. And Brooke, thank you for the 6. Lux and Jillian, thank you guys for the 5. And Autumn with the $10 to put towards hiring a bodyguard if you do go out to a bar tonight. I think that fun fact, I don't go outside too much, so why would I be going to a bar, right? Don't go outside too much. Jordan, thank you for the $20, who says, my parents are MAGA but registered Democrats. My dad believes Trump is a good businessman and will run the country like a business. My mom follows my dad and is very Christian. What do I say to them that will change their minds? Honestly, if they are Democrats that support Trump because, quote unquote, he's a good businessman, I would likely assume that they make a lot of money and just care about the tax cuts for the ultra wealthy. Correct me if I'm wrong. But I'd phrase this as a question, actually. Jordan, are your parents high income? Welcome into Sport Trump, Alex. Nope, Alex is not here. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in. Right. James is back. Joseph, thank you for the $25 donation. Joseph with the $25 says, one moment, I can't believe that you put up with idiots like that last debate. Kudos for you and your patience, and I hope you sue her ass. No, I won't sue her. She took it down. I appreciate you for the $25, Joseph. Let's get 250 Joseph W's. Then same thing to you, Lux. I appreciate you for the 5. We're all caught up over on Venmo. A couple of people to thank on PayPal. We'll do that here in a moment. I appreciate you guys so much for the love and support. James, are you MAGA?
No, I'm not MAGA. I just got invited whenever I was typing in chat, so I was wondering why I got invited.
Oh, yeah. I just clicked on your account. Call me sub 5. I was wondering if you could turn your camera on.
When did I do that? I mean, like, I was doing that for all of y'all. Like, that's not, like, your debating style is sub 5. I mean, Just Start USA objectively mogs you.
Really? Under what metric? The
yeah,
idiocracy metric?
No, she's smarter than you.
She, like, mogs the shit out of my lack of brain cells?
Oh, no,
or her lack of brain cells,
like
or my abundance of brain cells. So true.
Oh, like what do you mean? No, I mean, she's just smarter than you. Like
I gotta say, if she was smarter than me, then she probably would have gotten destroyed.
You got so mad that you tried.
So bigly.
No, you got so mad that you tried getting her in a lawsuit.
Is it wrong to threaten to sue people when they commit defamation?
I mean, what type of defamation did she commit? Like you,
defamation.
Told her
There's
to
only
take the
one
video
type
down.
of defamation.
I mean, you told her to take the video down, right?
Yeah, she did.
Did she? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know she did, right?
So that's what the threat of
she didn't have to take the video down.
Sure, she didn't have to, but that would have just led to a likely lawsuit
until someone contacted. I know, but that lawsuit wouldn't have went in until an actual authority contacted her to take the video down. I mean, you yourself can't tell her to take the video down.
So you actually don't need to do it. You don't need to do a C&D, a cease and desist, prior to suing somebody for defamation. The reason why it is a standard practice to do a C&D first is just to avoid the trouble of going through the lawsuit. But me telling her to take the lawsuit down or I'm gonna sue her is essentially a C&D, just a little bit less formal. it doesn't really sound like you know too much about our legal system, which is probably why, when you were a Trump supporter, which I'd assume was pretty recently, right before he said he was God or went to war in Iran.
Yeah,
you probably didn't think that him raping a woman and getting found guilty of it in a civil court of law was too meaningful because you don't really know too much about civil courts, lawsuits, or the legal process.
Are you talking about E. Jean
I'm happy
Carroll?
I could inform you.
Are you talking about? Wait, are you talking about E. Jean Carroll?
Yeah, the woman he raped. Yeah.
She didn't know she didn't know what year it was when she got raped. Yes or no? Is that true?
No, it's not true.
The only reason that case, she didn't even know what year it was.
I contest
that. And she called grape sexy.
Oh, how much money do you want to bet?
She called grape sexy. Yes or no?
No. How much money do you want to bet? I want to make some money. $100?
Like maybe $40.
40?
Yeah, 40.
Let's lock it in. If E. Jean Carroll said that she thinks rape is sexy, I'm going to give you $40. If E. Jean Carroll did not say that she thinks rape is sexy, then you're going to give me $40, right?
Yeah, of course. Yep.
Okay, before I gotta first confirm your age, because I guess I didn't do that. How old are you?
18, January 4th, 2008, 18.
Perfect. All right. So that's what the bet is over? I'm about to make $40.
Well, didn't she state that? Yes or no?
No, which is why I'm about to get rich. So just for your information, she said that other people think that rape is sexy after saying it wasn't sexy, it was violent. You're about to pay me $40. This is easy. Let's take a listen.
All right, let's take a listen.
This is just me pulling up the whole interview. So
I'm not defending Trump. I'm not defending Trump at all. I don't think Trump's a good person.
Seems like you're still gonna have to send me $40. Then.
Forms of assault. Other that I think that is. How long?
Think back and think. That was just unable to choose undergo. Right? It hurt.
There we go.
Think of rape. You don't feel like a victim.
I was not thrown on the ground and ravished. Which the word rape carries so many sexual connotations. This was not sexual. It hurt.
But I think most people think of rape as it is a violent assault. It is not.
I think most people think of rape as being sexy.
Let's take a short break.
Perfect. Where's my $40?
So I have a question. Why did she say that? Why does she think most people think rape is sexy? Yes or no? Can you answer that?
Sure, I'll tell you.
Do you think most people actually think rape is sexy?
No, I don't think that claim is descriptively true. I'll tell you why after you send me $40.
Yeah, I'll send you $40. Yeah, sure.
Okay.
What's your PayPal?
Nah, I'm looking at pictures of you. I think you're lying about your age. I'm looking at pictures of you. You don't look 18. A bunch of people in the chat are saying that you were 14. I checked your age. You gave an adequate birth date. That guy's not 18. All right. Let's go to move on to the next guest right now. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. I guess an easy way for him to keep 40. I'm not going to take $40 from a kid. All right. We got American Countryman loaded up into the box. Hi, welcome into Sport Trump.
Twitch streaming?
God. Okay. All right. Goodbye. Moving on to the next guest, folks. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA, please and thank you. We are just looking for some debates today, folks. Someone in the chat says, should have taken the money first? Bro. Dude. No, I'm not going to take $40 from a kid. You're evil, bro. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 23.
Okay. Are you American?
I'm actually from the UK, so that's probably funny.
Okay.
As well.
Well, I really only debate people from America, but before I kick you, I gotta know, why would you ever support Trump?
Well, there's numerous reasons to do with anything that he's done for the country. Like all the good things he's done for the country.
Yeah, don't impact you at all because you're not American, right?
Yeah, it doesn't impact me, obviously, but the way we view it as an outside country, what he's done for your country.
Okay, I gotta know. What do you think he's done good for America?
Even if you were to compare him to Biden, right? Let's do that for a second. Would you say that you would prefer Biden over Trump?
No shit, I'd say that. Duh.
You would still prefer Biden over Trump?
Duh.
String a couple of sentences. Oh
Yeah,
my God,
I'll take an
this
old
is-
man that's a little bit incoherent with great domestic
Right.
policy
Well,
over an
what
old
we
man that's a
heard-
little bit incoherent that's also raped women and sexually exploited
Yeah,
naked
but
beauty pageant contestants on top of being in the U-files over a million times.
Let's
That's
go back
past
to that
terrible
there.
domestic
The
policy.
E. Jean Carroll thing, right? The E. Jean Carroll. He wasn't
Oh.
actually found fully liable for that, was he?
I actually think he was.
No, you think he was? Was he
Yeah.
actually fully liable?
Yeah.
Have you double checked it?
Yeah.
No, he wasn't fully found liable for that.
He wasn't. Well, I have the jury verdict form right here. Should I put it on the screen? Looks like he's leaving, though.
No. What
Oh,
I'm
he's
saying
back.
is he wasn't found liable for rape.
Oh, he's found
So
liable for
there's
sexual
there's
abuse.
the no, right? So sexual abuse, yeah.
Now, why do you think that I just so adamantly insisted that Donald Trump was found liable for rape, even though clearly I've seen the verdict form before because I had it saved on my computer? Why do you think that? Do you think it's maybe because I have really compelling reason?
Go tell me a reason.
Perfect. Well, because he did rape her. That's what the jury ruled. They ruled that he forcefully penetrated E. Jean Carroll's vagina with his fingers. I'd say that forceful penetration of a woman's vagina with any part of a man's body is rape. But why doesn't this reflect on the jury verdict form? It's because of New York's strict and narrow legal definition of rape that they upheld at the time. That was just the penetration of the vagina with the penis. Now, when men would rape women outside of penetration with a penis, like Trump did with his fingers, it was only legally considered as sexual abuse. But that's still something that we colloquially understand to be rape. And this reflected in a counter lawsuit because after this court case concluded, E. Jean Carroll said that he raped her on live TV. He tried to sue her for defamation. And then the judge threw it out by ruling that the claim that he raped her is substantially true.
Okay. And regarding all of these here Epstein files and whatnot and anything else, do you still think that Trump is a terrible person?
Well, no shit. Are you really going to ask me if I still think that a rapist is a terrible person? Duh.
Yeah, obviously what he done is bad, but do you think what he's doing for the country is
Oh,
equally
yeah,
as
that's
bad?
also bad, yeah.
Okay. Well, I can't really argue on it much, but
That's
yeah,
because it's because you're not in America. You don't know what he's done because you're not here.
it's one of those change my mind type of scenarios, so yeah.
Okay, you take care. We're gonna move on to the next guest. Sometimes I'll entertain the Trump supporters from elsewhere because I just like to make them feel like a little stupid. Like, you clearly don't know enough to come to an informed conclusion of the efficacy of the Trump admin. Okay, the biggest reason is that you're not in/from America. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Michael?
I do, Dean Withers. I do.
Michael, that's embarrassing. How old are you?
19. First of all, you liberals,
liberals.
You preach love, but in reality, you really love to hate on the Republicans. Like, how does that make sense?
How have I unfairly hated on Republicans today that you think contradicts values that I preach?
You attack them. You
How
attack
so?
them for their beliefs.
How
How
so?
so?
Give me an example. Let's just evaluate a singular example to see if it's unfair and contradictory to the values I preach.
You just yell at them. I hear you. That's what you do every day.
Am I yelling at you, Michael?
I mean, you're being passive aggressive now.
How am I being passive aggressive, Michael?
I'm uncomfortable.
You're uncomfortable because you're in the presence of a better man than you, Michael.
A better man? Bro, who are you? Some little twink? Some soy boy?
Why do they always go to the twink soy boy? Are you like Ricky,
What?
Michael?
It's
Do you
true.
like femboys? Would you and
What?
Ricky be good friends?
What do you mean?
Nah, don't worry about it. Now, why do you
Is it
think I'm a
gay?
quote-unquote twink soy boy?
Look at yourself, boy. Go look in
Okay.
the mirror.
When I look in the mirror, I see something I'm proud of. I mean, if you're referring to my physicality, I work out every day, have been for quite a
Let's see.
while. I look good.
Thinning blonde hair. It looks like you could use some Invisalign.
Do you think that Johnny Sins is a twink soy boy because he's bald?
Johnny Sins? Who's he? I don't know him.
You know. Okay, then I think you're underage. I think you're lying about being 19. We're gonna gotta get that next guest loaded up into the box. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. Okay. Alright, here we go, folks. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA here, folks. Make sure that you're an American adult that's at least 18 years old, that is 18 plus, and a Trump supporter. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now, folks. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. This person's name is I Hate Deem Grifters, and it's me, Bald. Do you hate me?
Quit stream, Dean!
Oh my god. Oh my god. Get out of here. Get out of here. Moving on to the next guest, Raul. On PayPal, thank you so much, Glitzy, for the $50 donation. Thank you, Glitzy. That is Glitzy. Thank you so much for that love. Huge shout out to you. Glitzy with a 50. Thank you so much for the love. Says, your chat is getting spammed with spam to fucking hell. Also, congrats on getting vilified by Trump. Okay, so for the last part of your message, you said congrats on getting vilified by Trump. What I'd assume that you're talking about is AI news pages on Facebook saying that like he was attacking me on social media. I saw one of those posts really caught wind and it had a couple thousand likes. It is completely fake news. It is completely fake news. They just spam that on Facebook. They have like a billion different AI news accounts where they just tell lies for engagement to make money. It is gross. But just know that I really appreciate you so much for the $50, Glitzy. Well, let's get 500 Glitzy W's down below. Thank you so much. Same thing to Maria. Thank you for the 4. Rihanna, thank you for the 5. Then Cully, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you. Same thing to Delilah. Thank you for the 10. Who says something that I'm going to keep to myself. Oh my God, Delilah. Go to tiktok.com/report. That is the very best way to submit a ticket. Please do that, Delilah. Wow. That is, I feel really bad for you, Delilah. On Venmo, Cheyenne, thank you for the $30 donation. Who says, love ya. Chef Boyardeen, did you see the new Erica Kirk video? No, I didn't see the new Erica Kirk video. I appreciate you for the $30. Show some love to Cheyenne down below in that chat. Let's get 300 Cheyenne W's down below. Thank you for the $30. Are you talking about her podcast appearance today? Romeo, thank you for the $15. Who says, not sure if I'm doing this right, but I just wanted to say that I've been watching you for about a year and a half now. And I appreciate and thank you for everything that you do as a young queer person on the left with the MAGA family. Well, I appreciate you for tuning in, and I'm sorry that your family's been succumbed by the cults. And I hope that, you're able to help them work out of it. Maybe show them the debates. I appreciate you guys so much for the love and support. You guys are awesome. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Raul?
Just wanted to say I love you so much, bro. Thank you for making my college experience a better one. You fucking rule, dude. Thank you. Thank you, bro.
For the kind Thank you for the kind words, Raul. Shout out to you, dude. Shout out to you. W's for Raul in that chat. Guys, for the remainder of the live stream, we are just looking for Trump supporters. In fact, we probably have enough time for one debate left. We have enough time for one debate left. Let's go and get that next guest loaded up into the box. Welcome in, D-Sport Trump.
Yo, what's up, man? I just wanted to say Palisade High School is better. That's about it.
That's crazy. That's crazy, bro. Get out of here. No shot, by the way. No shot, by the way. Moving on to the next guest right now. Only opposite side of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. That guy's like from where I live, apparently. So well, like, pretty close. Pretty close. Welcome in, Parker. Do you support Trump?
Apologize for the inconvenience. I just wanted to say I love what you do, and as someone that
I appreciate you so much for the kindness, Parker. Thank you for the kind words, but we are just looking for some Trump supporters, so I hope that you take care. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
What's up, man? I'm doing good, and yes, I do.
Okay, all right. Why the? Oh, wait. Actually, are you Christian?
Yep.
Okay. God holds a red line against blasphemy. Why don't you?
I do.
Okay. Well, I mean, I think that Trump committed blasphemy when he was depicting himself as God, right?
Yeah, I would say that, yeah.
So why don't you stop supporting Trump over the fact that he's guilty of literal blasphemy?
Because I think it's easier to deal with a man who holds to objective morals and objective ethics rather than Democrats and liberals. Not all, of course, but most of which hold the subjective, which I think you do as well, if I'm not
Kamala
mistaken.
Harris is a Baptist. That means that she held to objective morality. Still
What
doesn't
do you
explain
hold
why
to?
you voted
Just
for
curious.
Trump, because the other candidate was a Christian that believed in objective morality.
Well, hold up. Do you believe in subjective morality? I'm just curious.
I'm agnostic on my metaethical theory, but I have I lean towards realism.
Well, sure, but like, if let's say we both agree murder is wrong, would you say that is a subjective or objective claim when you say it?
Once again, I just told you that I'm agnostic on my metaethical theory, so I don't know. I lean towards it being objective because I lean towards realism.
Okay, could you go in? Just give me your brief definition on realism.
I mean, just a moral fact in which would be true stance independent.
So that sounds a lot like objectiveness.
Yeah, we typically use the word realist interchangeably with objectivist. I just prefer realism because it's more formal. But none of this has anything to do with the debate about Trump, by the way.
I understand, but at the same time, you're critiquing Trump. Like I know on Jubilee, you said you can attack Trump in two ways: by his character and his policy. So if we go by his character, then what you're saying is you think he's a bad person. You list all these bad things about his character, but your views are subjective. Therefore, it's just preference.
Why are you
one's
lying?
truly right or wrong.
I never affirmed moral subjectivism. I told you that I'm agnostic, leaning towards realism. Also, the question of moral, metaethics, such as which is where does morality come from, is different from normative ethics, which is is something right or is something wrong, right? And I'm not agnostic about my normative ethics. I have very clear ethical convictions, such as the notion that rape is wrong. And the conversation of where that ethical conviction comes from, if it's ultimately rooted within a quote-unquote moral fact that stance is dependent or independent, is unconcerned to the validity of the normative statement that this thing is wrong. But like I told you, I am agnostic with my metaethical theory. I don't know if bad things, good things come from something which is stance dependent or stance independent. And I do kind of lead towards stance independence because I think that there's some pretty compelling arguments for moral realism. But now that we have the jargon out of the way, because I know that you came up here to attack my metaethical position. I don't know. People like to do that on TikTok. It's funny. Give me the argument why you support Trump as president.
I just wanted to explore it because you make a lot of statements like this is terrible, he's terrible, he's terrible. But I was wanting to make sure
it's actually
that
not what you want to explore at all, because you're not exploring normative ethics. The question of, is something bad is not a question of metaethics.
Yeah, but you're not grounding what you're saying is bad in anything.
Okay.
Other than realism, which also you haven't given me a grounding for.
So I would disagree with you. I did tell you that I'm agnostic on my metaethical framework, but that doesn't amount to the claim that therefore I don't have grounding for my normative positions. Clearly there's some type of grounding for my normative positions, and just because I don't know what that grounding is doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. Like, for instance, do you know what a syllogism is?
I've heard of it. You're going to have to explain it to me.
God, then you shouldn't be talking about metaethics if you don't know what a syllogism is. A syllogism would be like a premise-by-premise argument that attempts to yield a conclusion with the use of soundness and validity in the premise I. So, as an example, an example of a syllogism would be premise 1, Socrates is a man. Premise 2, all men are mortal. Conclusion, Socrates is mortal. That's what a syllogism is.
Yeah.
Now, can you please describe to me the inference rule that's being used in the syllogism?
You're inferring that since Socrates is a man and all men are mortal, that Socrates is mortal.
Oh, so inference rules are formal tidbits of propositional logic. An example of an inference rule would be quote unquote modus ponens. Now, you don't even know what modus ponens is. You don't know what an inference rule is. But when you make that argument, premise number 1, Socrates is a man, premise number 2, all men are mortal, therefore Socrates is mortal, that's still a valid argument using the inference rule modus ponens, even though you don't know what that inference rule was prior to 10 seconds ago. So very similarly, I think when I state a moral claim, such as rape is wrong, even though I don't know where that wrongness is ultimately grounded in because I'm agnostic on metaethics, that doesn't mean that the grounding doesn't exist. exist. I just don't know it because I haven't fluently explored my metaethical standards in years. Now that we've gotten, the Andrew Wilson debate tactic out of the way, it's rather easy to refute. It just relies a bit on jargon. Give me the argument why Trump is a good president.
No, you just said you don't even know what your beliefs are grounded in.
Just the same way that you didn't know what inference rule is being used in the argument that yielded the conclusion that Socrates was mortal.
Sure, I didn't know a few definitions. You don't know what
the fact that you didn't know what inference rule was used in that argument, did that falsify the conclusion that Socrates was mortal?
No.
Okay, so therefore the fact that I'm agnostic and therefore I don't know what my moral claims are ultimately grounded in, does that falsify my moral claims?
No, but morals are much different than the facts.
So, so this is just an example of like the I don't know. There's a formal name for the logical fallacy where you're arguing just because you don't know something, it means that it's therefore false. So anyways, now that you've agreed that the fact I'm agnostic on my metaethical theory doesn't falsify my normative moral claims, please describe to me why you support Trump.
No, to be honest, that's all I wanted to talk about.
I know, because you didn't want to talk about why you support a rapist as president. You didn't want to talk about why you support somebody who claimed to be God and threatened genocide against 90 million people in Iran as president. You want to talk about why you support this guy with some of the most atrocious policy that we've seen in modern American history, ranging from the Big Beautiful Bill to the terrible tariffs as president. Now you just kind of wanted to have a quick conversation about metaethics.
Which you can't ground anything that you believe in.
No, that's not true.
You just said you don't know what you're grounding in. That's what your exact words were.
I can't. Wait, no. First and foremost, you said I can't ground anything that I believe in. Do you think that everything I believe in is a normative claim?
I'm talking about ethics and morality.
Okay, well then be clear. You can't just say that I can't ground anything that I believe in
that's my
and then resubjugate that to the scope of normative claims. So I can ground my normative claims.
Sure, yeah, that's fair. I'm talking about morals, which you can't ground in anything.
So morals are the word morals is typically used in reference to normative claims and morality.
Okay, sure, but I'm being very specific. What's right and wrong? You cannot ground or state why something is objectively right or wrong.
Oh, yeah, but I could ground and state that something is wrong.
Based on what?
Well, based on some instrument of metaethics that I'm unsure about since I'm agnostic. But the instrument of metaethics in which grounds my normative claims is pretty, it's pretty irrelevant because all that I really care about is the normative claims, not the metaethical claims.
But you're literally admitting you are unaware of what you were trying to ground it in. You're unaware of what the position you're trying to ground
I'm admitting
yourself in.
I'm unaware of why something is wrong, but I'm not unaware of the fact that it is wrong. So what?
So that sounds a lot like preferences. You don't know why something's wrong
No, because positing that it's preferences would be me claiming that I am aware of why something is wrong, and the reason why something is wrong is because of my preferences. That's not it at all. No. Don't subjugate yourself to such a level of confusion.
Okay, sure, but you still can't ground what's right and wrong, so therefore you can't make objective statements like this is wrong.
Oh, you just committed an error. No, I can ground what's right and what's wrong, but I don't know where the grounding comes from insofar as why something where that wrongness is coming from. Do you understand that?
Once again, I should have been more specific. Yeah, once again, I should have been more specific. You're not giving me any base or foundation or grounding as to why you believe what you believe, but you just believe it because you believe it, but without any grounding.
No, that's also false. I could give you grounding insofar as why I believe that murder is wrong. Okay, I just couldn't explain to you where that wrongness comes from in the sense of, well, is it stance dependent or stance independent, which is a conversation about metaethics. You continue to misrepresent things.
Okay, but you still admitted that you don't know what your beliefs are ultimately grounded in. The moral
I told you I don't know what is metaethically true. Yeah, I don't know. So what?
Okay, so then that means you can't make objective claims like you do.
Okay, so why can't what you meant to say is moral claims like I do? So why can't I make moral claims?
I'm not saying you can't make them. I'm saying
that's what you just said. You just said so. Therefore, I can't make them.
I said you cannot make objective moral claims.
Well, I'm not even convinced that objective moral claims exist because I don't know where morality comes from. If it's stance dependent or stance independent. So fucking what?
If you don't know they exist, then why do you keep using them?
Well, who said I did? Can you give me an example?
I'm not saying you do. I'm saying you.
Oh, okay. Well, you actually just said that I continue to use them. I've never invoked a metaethical standard of moral realism because I'm unconvinced of moral realism.
My words. I'm saying.
No, I'm not twisting your words in the slightest.
I'm saying that your statements, the statements that you make, are objective claims at times. But you yourself.
How do you know that? Can you give me an example?
Well, you've said Trump is a bad person. You said Trump.
Yeah. How do you know that that's an objective claim?
Because you didn't say I think Trump is a terrible person. That would be
so you think that saying I think is the qualifier for subjectivity or objectivity? You're nuts to find out what the fuck are you saying about? What the fuck are you talking about? Saying I think or not saying I think is not a qualifier for subjectivity or objectivity. You're a philosophical white belt on metaethics.
I think it to be wrong and it is wrong are two clearly different claims.
No, actually, under the Christian worldview, you think that morality is objective. Do you think that murder is wrong?
Yes, it is objectively wrong, yes.
Okay, so when you make the claim that you think murder is wrong, is that an objective claim or a subjective claim? It would be an objective claim because it is objectively true that murder is wrong under your view.
Yeah, when I say murder is wrong, it's based on objectivism and my objective morality. Therefore, the statement is then
just like when many other people say that murder is wrong, it's based on subjectivism.
Exactly, but if it's based on subjectivism, then they're no more right than anyone that says murder is right.
Well, that's not necessarily true.
How so?
Because that statement, they're no more right, is necessarily invoking moral objectivism, therefore amounting to a categorical error. Because that statement, they're no more right, would just be incoherent gibberish. That's like saying they're no more squared circle, because keep in mind, subjectivists don't think that moral objectivism is true.
Okay, fair. So if you have a person that is believes in subjectivism and he says murder is wrong, and you have another person that believes in subjectivism that says murder is good, who is more right or wrong? That question, who is more right and wrong, is like asking, well, who is more squared circle than squared circle? Because keep in mind, under subjectivism, objective morality doesn't exist. Correct. Yeah. Right. So we'd say, we can't say who's right.
Oh, no, we can say who's right. Like, for instance, if I were to assume moral subjectivism and I say that murder is a bad thing, if somebody else said that murder is a good thing, I would say that I'm right and they're wrong. Listen, the furthest that we could go with the critique of, based on my preferences rooted within rational thought.
Exactly.
That's what a subjectivist would say.
Exactly, based on your preferences.
And what's the critique? And what's the critique?
You can't be more valid or non-valid. A preference can't be more valid or non-valid. It's preferences. It's opinions.
I disagree with that, because if you would predicate your preferences on quote-unquote objective thought in the sense of syllogistic reasoning, then one person's preference could absolutely be valid and sound, yet another person's preference would be invalid and unsound due to the fact that the first person is using proper syllogistic reasoning and the second person is not. Preferences can absolutely be more valid and sound than other people's preferences. What?
They're saying a person and both people in the subjective state, one person can be more right than wrong.
Yeah, and that's a descriptive fact predicated on syllogistic reasoning, not a prescriptive fact predicated on normative claims, because normative prescriptive facts under subjectivism wouldn't be objective.
Yeah, man, I'm gonna have to disagree with you there. I don't see it's in the.
Wait, you disagree with the claim that under moral subjectivism, normative moral facts cannot be objective?
Yeah, like saying murder is right or wrong is not objective in subjectivism.
Because normative propositions can't be objectively true or false. They just don't exist.
Exactly. So you can't make the assertion that someone is more right or wrong. It's just preference.
Yes, you can, based upon descriptive. You could say that they're descriptively more right and wrong in the sense that one is a better measure of reality than the other.
Describing what's better for reality is not the same thing as explaining it.
I don't understand what that statement means. What are you trying to say? I think that you're lost.
You can describe something like you can describe that.
Oh, I don't even think that you know what descriptive versus prescriptive means. Okay, that's another can of worms. Yeah, listen, what I'd recommend is just taking like an intro to ethics philosophy course at your local community college. It'd serve you well.
I actually plan on doing that, but again, you can describe that murder is wrong, but you can't explain why it ultimately is. You can't prescribe anything to it.
Oh, wait, I'm the one that can't describe why it ultimately is, because I'm agnostic on my meta-ethical theory. But people that aren't agnostic, rather they be subjectivists or objectivists, absolutely can describe why it's ultimately wrong.
Subjectivists think they can. I don't believe they can because it's just preference.
Yeah, well, that would be the description. The description of why it is ultimately wrong would be indexed to their moral preference.
Sure, I agree with that, but it doesn't make them any more right or wrong than anyone else. That's my point.
Well, that measure of saying that it doesn't make them any more right or wrong than anybody else wouldn't not exist subjectively and prescriptively. But you could make that measure objectively through a descriptive lens of saying that one preference is a better measure of reality predicated on the syllogistic reasoning than the other. Right? Because we have like descriptive reasons why we believe things to be like normatively right or wrong. Right? And,
Sure,
and like if we want to evaluate like somebody's moral preference, well, we could like say descriptively this moral preference is like contradictory to other moral preferences that they hold. Descriptively, this moral preference is incoherent to other preferences in which they hold. Descriptively, this moral preference doesn't have sufficient reason in this descriptive manner. And those are all objective qualifications because we're just talking about descriptive facts. Now, that's like a good way that you could evaluate the validity of somebody's subjective moral preference, is by evaluating the descriptive facts in which they know in order to justify the subjective moral preference, or evaluation of its general coherency and alignment with their other beliefs. You know, if it's like incoherent and contradictory to their other beliefs, well, then it's less valid descriptively.
Sure, the contradictory statement I'll grant you, but you're using descriptors to justify your claims, and
all right, bro, you can't keep up. Yeah, go take that. Go take that introduction to like ethics 101. You need it. It's fine. I don't know. A lot of people. By the way, that conversation was like more philosophically reliant than others. But it's worth taking if you like that conversation, if you care about those things, if you know what meta ethics are and you care about meta ethics, it's worth taking a course over it. Because like many like objections to subjectivism fail pretty easily. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Somebody that just had lost over 1,000 viewers to that boring bullshit. Yeah, that was pretty boring. Whatever. Josh, do you support Trump?
Dude, man, I'm so fucking sorry. I do not support Trump, but I just wanted to say thank you for doing what you do, and I'm a supporter of yours, and I just wanted to jump up and say, hey, man, thank you for opening my eyes to see how stupid Trump is, and I appreciate you, bro.
I appreciate you, man. I'm happy that the live streams were able to help you open your eyes. That's awesome. Love that, dude. Hell yeah. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
21.
Okay. Why the fuck do you support the worst president of your 21 years of life?
Because I hope America succeeds.
I hope America succeeds too, and that's why I don't support him, because he's not making it succeed. He's making it fail.
What do you mean by support, though?
You think that they are ultimately helping the country more than they're hurting the country?
Oh, no, that's not what I meant by support. I just meant I hope he succeeds as a presidency. I hope he does his job competently.
Okay. If there's a example of a rapist, do you hope that they never rape anybody again?
Yes.
Does that mean that you support the rapist? No. So supporting somebody doesn't mean that you hope they don't do bad things.
No,
supporting somebody means that you like believe they're doing good things.
I support the institution of the presidency. I support the United States. So if X person,
okay, well that's like a whole other. It's like a whole other debate topic altogether. So we're gonna go to kick ya. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Please do follow the rules. I'd really appreciate you guys so much if you could do that for me. We got Trump Saves America loading up in right now, folks. We also got Sophia Stopalib joining.
Whoa, wait, Sophia, do you support Trump? Do you support Trump?
Damn right, you know us.
Sophia?
Fish girl. No.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, man.
Why did you have so much energy for her, but none for me?
That like we were about to cook your shit.
Are you gonna cook my shit?
I can cook your shit.
I don't think that you could cook shit.
Yeah, maybe because you always get
You wanted a steak last night and called your mama.
Oh my gosh.
Brought the ingredients over to her house, said, "Can you please cook this for me because I can't cook shit?"
You're just fucking yapping right now. Literally, what are you talking about?
Literally, what are you talking about?
Bro.
Okay, all right. So why do you support Trump, Sophia?
People like you, man.
I make you support Trump?
No, that's not actually why, but it's part of the reason why.
Wow. So you're like submissive to like
every
male
single
authority
time
figures?
I get close to even considering another option, it's like Parker and Dean have to say some absolute bullshit. You feel me?
Like what?
You're gonna put me on the. There's so much bullshit you want me to list. See,
So then it should be really easy to give an example. If there's so much bullshit, it should be really easy to give an example.
I watch your bullshit so much.
Then it should be even easier to give an example. Come on, buddy.
It's a jumble of bullshit.
Then give an example.
All of it.
Okay, be more specific. Name one. Oh, seems like there's no bullshit.
There's a lot of bullshit.
Then it would be easy to name
every
one.
single day.
Can we agree that there's a lot of colors? Like so many colors?
Yeah, absolutely.
And this is why it'd be really easy to name a color. Blue. See, when one is requested to give an example of an entry in a data set, and the data set is really, really big, then it's really easy to give an example of an entry in that data set. Right? Good example as well. How many colors are there? There's so many colors. That's why it's so easy to give an example of a color when requested. When requested. Now, if you're telling me that there's a similarly large data set of Dean Withers saying bullshit, then it should be similarly easy for you just to give an example.
You ever drove on the road and then like passed by? You pass by a bunch of cars and they're not like listening your mind. You know they're there, but you're not like reading you're not typically like trying to figure out what type of car it is.
Well,
you just like and then like every now and then you'll see some bullshit on the road. Like you'll see somebody in a 3-wheeler motorbike and you're like, what the fuck?
Oh wait, so you're able to give an example of the thing that you thought was bullshit, a 3-wheeler motorbike.
But then when you get home, you're still thinking about that shit. You feel me?
Listen, either give the argument why you support Trump, I'm going to kick you.
Because you're a bitch. And like... Bro, don't laugh.
It just sounds like you love me.
It just... Why'd you look away like that? It looks like you just got shy. No one loves you, bud. Okay, I gotta stop there. Too many people love you. I'm not one of them. Don't try to project that little liberal shit onto me about loving blonde, skinny guys and shit like that.
What the fuck are you saying? Like, you've been on the live for like 3 minutes, and the closest you've gotten to giving me an argument why you support Trump is because you think I'm a bitch.
No, it's not really.
Like, bro. Like, how about his policy? What's your favorite Trump policy?
Policy?
Yeah, do you even know what that word means? You fucking moron?
I know what it means. It's just that every single policy you say from Trump, it doesn't matter. Like, there's something bad. Like, you're always gonna see the worst in everything. And like, I could say tax cuts and Jobs Act, but you know.
Okay. Why is that your favorite Trump policy?
Why does it? It doesn't really matter, does it?
It just doesn't really matter. Yeah, just nothing matters.
Like, this actually kind of sucks, dude. Like, fuck Trump, man.
It doesn't seem like you really want to debate Sophia.
Go the fucking blue hair.
How about this? Let me ask you a question. Would you ever support somebody as president that let sex-offending domestic terrorists out of jail than called them patriots?
What the fuck are you? Yo, hold on. Hold on.
Would you ever support a president that let sex-offending domestic terrorists out of jail than called them patriots?
Like the transgender operations on illegal aliens in prison? Like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro?
Okay, this guy's a troll, bro.
I'm not a troll. Okay, go on what you were trying to say.
He is a troll. Well, it's also possible that he isn't, because seemingly when Trump supporters lose debates, they just make it about trans people. That's something that we see all the time. On Super Chat, Omega, thank you so much for the $20, who says the Voting Rights Act took a huge hit today from SCOTUS. No one is coming to save us, folks. Pay attention, get organized, and vote. I have to agree with Omega here. Please do vote in midterms, guys. Please, 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 please. And then Major B with the $10 on Super Chat, who says your stance and arguments on why abortion should be legal is based. Why do I never hear points about why it is being illegal doesn't hurt people who don't want pregnancy, but also those who do. True. Thank you for the $10. You are awesome. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Nope, they're gone. All right, guys, we're probably going to do one last small debate, then I'm going to hop off for the day. As you guys could probably tell, my energy is a little bit lower now than it has been in the past. Let's go ahead and get that next guest loaded up into the box of the night, and then we'll probably hop off. All right, this person's name is Addison Jones. They'll be the last guest of the night. On Venmo, Anthony, thank you for the $10. He says, this debate is objectively hurting my brain. Talking about that last one. Yeah, I get that. Thank you for the $10, man. Hurting my brain. Hello, do you support Trump?
Yes, I hear.
Nope, your connection sucks. Let's go to get the next guest loaded up into the box right now. Hello, Jake.
Twitch stream Dean?
Oh my god. Oh wait, actually, I want to tell you guys a really funny joke. So you guys see his profile picture. That's me wearing a MAGA hat with a MAGA flag. That was from April Fool's 2 years ago. And then this April Fool's, I essentially did the same thing. I did this like whole bit on live where I was like wearing a MAGA hat and a tank top, and I was like doing a little MAGA bit. It was funny as hell. But anyway, somebody clipped that and posted it on TikTok, and one of the top comments was like, keep in mind this was him like 2 years ago. And then it had a picture of me in that Trump hat from April Fool's 2 years ago. So there's people who are apparently on the left or just stupid. I don't know. One of the two. Who think me doing a bit as a Trump supporter this April Fool's is me just showing my true colors. And then they are justifying that with a picture of me showing my true colors a couple years ago. But it was just another picture of me from another April Fool's. I thought it was a bit ironic. Thank you so much, Jose, for the $51 donation to the 50 cents on Venmo, who says, for Dean, once again, MAGA morons are on the live. Stay strong, Dean. I appreciate you, Jose. I feel like I've been staying strong today, at least. I had some pretty bad people up here, but we made it through. I appreciate you for the $51. Show some love to Jose, because that is kind as hell. Thank you so much. Same thing to Jocelyn with a $50 on PayPal. Thank you, Jocelyn. Jocelyn with a 50 says, I didn't say this earlier, but thank you so much for everything that you do. I've been watching your lives for a couple of months now, and it's truly inspiring to see you make a difference. You've made me feel so much more confident by my political beliefs, despite being in a MAGA family. That is what we want. I love that, Jocelyn. Listen, a couple years ago, I was in a position where I didn't really know much about politics myself, and I felt really not confident in the slightest when discussing politics. And I'm happy that I was able to help educate myself, and I'm happy that I'm able to help others educate themselves through these live streams. I think that they have a great, great, great outcome. Thank you for the $50, Jocelyn. And then Jackson, thank you for the $5. I appreciate you. Now, folks, we are at 4 hours. We're going to go ahead and end the live stream for the night. You should follow on TikTok. Drop a sub. Oh, shit. Never mind. I have somebody to invite. This account's name is V. I invited you to come up here. You should accept. Because I think that this person is rage bait. Their account says if you're against communism, then you are a terrorist. They also say if you are African American or have any black heritage and you do not support North Korea, then you are a race traitor. And what they do is they make these posts about me. Quote unquote, Dean Withers, complicit in anti-Soviet / anti-black behavior. And then it's like me saying Russia's bad. They did one of like the anti-Dean propaganda posts. It has like 23,000 likes. Saying, weird aesthetic, you used to be MAGA and you lie about being left-wing. And then the background is the video from me on April fucking Fools. And they have all of these posts. Once again, another post saying Dean Withers is participating in anti-black, anti-Soviet behavior. And it's just a clip of me from my No Kings speech, where it's apparently being racist. Now, I've invited this person up because, oh shit, they denied it. They denied the invitation, so I sent them another one. Come on, V, don't be scared, bruh. Don't be scared, V. Don't be scared. How about you hop on that live? V? Come on, what are we doing? And I've been wanting to try to have a conversation with him for a while now. Because I don't know if they're rage bait or not. I think they could be. I do like that's pretty crazy to say that you're a race traitor as a black person if you don't support North Korea. Like, it's either that they are rage baiting or like this is the like CEO of tankies. This is like the tank, the tank of the tankies. So I don't know. I wish they'd join up. But it looks like they're scared. Which is unfortunate. All right, they're not going to join. I'm going to go ahead and end the live stream for the night. Joseph, I just saw that donation come through. Thank you for the $25, bro. He says, for your command of logic, ethics, and truth. I try my best, Joseph. Thank you so much for the love and support. You are awesome. I will see you all tomorrow. All right, drop a follow on TikTok, sub on YouTube. It's free. Peace, love, good night, and goodbye.